It's Thursday, January 23rd, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two. I'm glad to have you here. Tonight we are playing... This shirt is really the worst. Okay, tonight we're playing Until Proven Guilty. A brand new... Well, some people got their hands on it at the last Gen Con, but it's just been released publicly. It's a courtroom mystery case. It's actually based on an Italian game from 2021 that was part of a magazine or something, it seems. You can visit Board Game Geek to learn more about that. But I'm always interested to see a new style of mystery game. It's sort of surprising that we don't have more courtroom-based mystery games. Not even courtroom-themed, legally themed escape room games. Maybe there's some Deadbolt Mystery Society games set in a courtroom drama, but can't think of any offhand. This one's going a little further than that. This one actually has some mechanics that look like they're set in a courtroom, and I'm very curious to see how that works. Let's do some bookkeeping before we get started. I'm seeing some real glare off that box behind me. That's okay. All right. You can see I'm a little bit out of practice from these live streams, although yesterday we started playing a new campaign in the Seventh Citadel. If anyone is interested in an 80-hour long campaign, you might want to watch that intro playthrough that we did yesterday to prepare for the coming scenarios. We'll probably try to play once a week, maybe without much notice. So you may want to jump on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel or the Discord channel if you want to help influence when we schedule those. What else do I need to say? On Sunday, we'll be playing the finale of the custom bespoke play-by-mail game that's been run by one of the viewers of this channel. Set in the New York noir world. That's the mystery Sherlock Holmes consulting detective game that I've been working on for the last 2 years. So Sunday will be the finale of that. Then next Sunday, I will do a board game design diary update where I talk about updates on New York Noir. And on Saturday, continuing the theme here, on Saturday, I will be running a game of New York Noir at the local Champaign, Illinois mini convention here called Winter War. If you're in town, let me know. We can arrange something. Okay, what else do we need to talk about before we get started? One of the viewers of the channel in the Discord brought my attention to something that looks quite intriguing. A brand new game from Matt Leacock, the designer of Pandemic. You know, they've spun off Pandemic into all these different versions, including recently they've been tying it to other IP. They did Star Wars, they did a World of Warcraft Pandemic, all of which have been quite successful. Only the Cthulhu one was really too easy to be that enjoyable, too simplified to be enjoyable. But now they've announced a Lord of the Rings Pandemic that looks very good. And there's reason to believe that it's going to be very good because most of the other Pandemic spin-offs have been, looks like they've been brought in by a separate designer, has used the system, and Leacock gets credit for a co-designer. But here, this one looks like it's all Matt Leacock. And you know my position on the Matt Leacock, Rob Daviau situation. I think Rob Daviau may be overrated. But anyway, there's a bunch of interesting things about this one. It looks like it's going to be a sort of deluxe, longer, more involved game. It looks like it's going to be a little bit more expensive than the normal Pandemics, but it looks very intriguing, and Greg is going to be all over this, I'm sure. Lord of the Rings, Fate of the Fellowship. Okay. Anything else we need to talk about before we get started here? a reminder that we do review these games after we play them. Maybe you want to have a little notepad next to you while we play. Make any notes about favorite moments, any game design issues that come up. As you know, I have no relationship with any publisher. All of the games purchased on this channel were purchased by myself with the help of the Patreon supporters of this channel, to whom I am very grateful. All right, Until Proven Guilty. I think you can get this now for about $12, so it's pretty cheap. Anything else we need to talk about? I should check in with the chat, find out how everyone is doing here. Looks like we've got the normal group. Anna is here. All right, let's take a look. We're going to have to learn the rules together here. I don't think they'll be particularly onerous. Let's see. You're a rookie lawyer suddenly stepping in for a colleague right before a major trial. No time to review the case files. You're thrust into the courtroom. Will this be your breakout moment or a total flop? So you can see there's some secret envelopes. There's this little jury pool here. Uncover the truth. Battle against the formidable prosecutor. Disdain in the trial of the year. Like an episode from your favorite legal drama. Does require an internet. All right, let's see what they say here. Ages 12 and up, 1 to 6 players, 75 to 90 minutes in length. That's promising. Normally on this channel, we multiply by 3, so we could be here for 4.5 hours, I guess. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know how this is going to work on our channel here, but okay, let's take a look. All right, let's read the rules together. The Starry Sky Necklace rule. So is this the first of a series? We don't know. Until Proven Guilty is a narrative cooperative game inspired by legal drama novels, video games, and TV series. Players experience the story of Peter, a brilliant yet novice lawyer who will suddenly be involved in a complicated criminal trial. Will you be able to help Peter defend his client, read the charges, present irrefutable evidence to convince the jury, and get to the bottom of the case? Don't shuffle or look at the cards in the trial deck. They're pre-ordered. Okay, so you've got a jury box. Jury, and it looks like they can flip between whether they believe your client is innocent or guilty. A trial deck, 19 large cards, 5 envelopes of evidence containing 36 cards. Okay, setup. Take the trial cards deck, place it in the center of the table. Dump out everything. All right, trial cards, they'll look like these. Open the jury box, I see. Okay, here's our jury box. Open the jury box, place it in the game box. All right. Now, normally, you know, I don't really care for these kinds of gimmicks, but this is pretty cute. I'm going to make an exception given how novel this whole theme is. Looks like these are places where we're going to put our people through. Okay. All right, so we're going to put that there. Okay, fine. There's our jury box. Place the juror counters in the slot, 6 guilty and 6 innocent. Okay, just drift this out a bit. All right, 6 guilty and 6 innocent. Does anyone have a favorite courtroom drama movie? I was thinking of a couple. Although I can't, it's hard to remember too many. Oh, I see. I think I put this in wrong. It looks like it's this way. That makes more sense. Okay. There's an Al Pacino courtroom drama called And Justice for All. There's the Tom Cruise, Jack Nicholson movie, A Few Good Men, which is pretty good. A recent one that's not really, that's got some courtroom scenes but I love the courtroom scenes in it, is Marriage Story, which is an amazing movie with Scarlett Johansson and Adam Driver. And in that movie, there's two lawyers that are played by Ray Liotta and Laura Dern. And there are some really great scenes in the courtroom with the two of those lawyers going at it. And if you're interested in movie making, there's the director, who's Noah Baumbach or something like that. Occasionally you'll get commentary movies. When they started doing DVDs, I started watching some, and it's so interesting to see. Some directors are just like, yeah, we shot this scene, or here's a little story about it. And then other directors are so focused on what they're doing, everything has a reason. And I remember seeing a commentary for Election, which is a great movie, and the director was like, you can see in this shot I use circles when this person's on screen and squares when this person's on the screen. And there are some nice YouTube videos of the director of Marriage Story talking about how these scenes were carefully laid out and the perspective of the camera and stuff. So go watch Marriage Story, then go watch some of these videos on the making of Marriage Story. Okay, have I got 6 of each? Yes. All right, so we'll figure out where we want to put this. Maybe I'll just put it here for now. Okay, that's our jury box. Take the 5 evidence envelopes. Okay, A through E. Keep them within reach. All right. We'll keep them within reach. Don't open them. All right, now scan the Until Proven Guilty web app with a smartphone or electronic device. Select the title of the case you're about to play. Okay, well, it certainly seems like they're planning to release additional cases, and we know we'd rather play all these games without internet, but we are going to need internet. Now, what's this? There's some lip. Okay, I guess it wants you to put this lip over the back. Maybe that'll keep it straight. Okay, that's clever. All right, here we go. We're going to scan this app. Okay, we don't need to translate it because it's got its own, and we're going to agree to the cookies. Okay, until proven guilty, play stuff, download other. Let's just see what this other stuff is. All right, so we've got credits, game idea, Enrico Procacci. Okay, as I said, Italian game. Let's see. Font size, language. Okay, can we go back? Yes. All right, stuff download. What is this? Till proven guilty. It just gets you to the store. Oh, you could download the rules. Okay. All right. Select the title of the case. All right. So there, because, well, maybe play will give us that. Okay. All right. So there is another case already in the app. All right. That's exciting. It's giving me a little bit of Chronicles of Crime vibes, this app here. The Starry Sky Necklace. Okay. New game. All right, so it's ready for us to put in our answers. So let's go back. Key concepts, trial cards. These are the cards that will guide you through the story. Read the front of the card, the yellow side. Try to present the appropriate evidence to counter the prosecutor's accusation. If you succeed, read the back of the card, the blue side, and continue with the story. If you succeed. All right. Evidence. These are the cards contained in the 5 envelopes. They represent documents, testimonies, and other information gathered for the trial. You can use them to counter the charges against your client. All cards have a reference number A in the upper left and a type of 5 evidence B they represent. Now remember, this is going to have been translated from Italian. Okay, so it looks like the yellow is the type of evidence and the reference number is here in the upper left. Jurors. They're placed in the jury box and represent the progress of the trial during the game. Generally, when you're able to provide a valid answer against the charges you're facing, some of them will be turned to the innocent side and will switch to your favor. Vice versa, when you're not convincing, some jurors will be turned to the guilty side. At the end of the game, the number of jurors on the innocent side will determine your score. Okay, makes sense. Kind of fun way to visually see your score. I assume we're just gonna assume our client is actually innocent, but we're trying to get them off. Note, the characters and text on the cards in this rulebook are just examples. Do not reveal any actual information from the game. Okay, the game is played in a series of rounds until the last card of the trial deck is revealed. At this point, the player's scores will be determined. Each round of play is structured as follows. One player takes the trial deck and reads the current trial card, making sure that the same number as the trial card is shown on the web app. One player takes the trial deck, reads the current card, make sure you're synced up with the app. Be careful not to reveal the back of the card yet. Okay, so that's important. The yellows, we only read the blue afterwards. As a group, the players choose only one available evidence card they think will best counter the current trial card. If you cannot agree, the player currently holding the trial deck will make the final decision. Okay, so we read a little challenge and then we figure out which card to tell the jury about to counter that, whatever the prosecutor has said. Focus on the highlighted sentence. A player enters the number corresponding to the chosen evidence card from one of the envelopes into the answer field and then presses confirm. Okay, fine. I see that. The basic mechanic is clever enough. If the answer is correct, the players can continue in the story by turning over and reading the back of the current trial card. Then the trial deck is passed clockwise to the next player who will proceed and read the next trial card. If the answer is wrong, you'll have to try again to counter the same accusation with a different evidence. The web app provides clues to help you, such as the type of evidence to present. In both cases, the web app will give you instructions on how to proceed, give you details on how the jurors change their orientation, turn the indicated number of jurors to the appropriate side. The game log button in the web app can be used to check the answers received during the current round. Okay. In some cases, you'll be asked to remove evidence cards from those available. Put the cards with the corresponding number back in the box, you'll no longer need them. Okay, makes sense. All evidence cards still in play can be used to give the answer, even those already used for a previous trial card. Okay, that makes sense. That's nice. Finally, when you are told to open an envelope, take it, open it, take out the contents, then read the newly drawn evidence cards. Place them so they're visible to all players. Follow the story through to the final trial card, then count the number of jurors on the innocent side and compare it with the scores on the last trial card to find out how well you did. Okay, obviously we'd like to get 12 innocent voting jurors, but we'll find out at the end how many we need to get a good score. Turn the child cards front upwards, resort them. Oh, once the game's over, you can reset it. All right, so it just tells us reset it, turn the evidence card to their back, sort them according to the letter, put them back. Now read the introduction and start playing. Okay, very clear, well laid out rules. And this is our deck. And you can see it's saying don't start from this end. These are the blue. Well, no, that's not right. Flip the card. Okay, so yeah, actually it's yellows on top. All right, so we don't want to read that. That's a little, that seems like a little bit of a miss. They're like the blue side don't read. And the blue side, but the first card is a blue cover card. Actually, this is really the proper side. Normally, these kinds of games have a card at the bottom that says you're looking at it the wrong way, flip the thing. All right, this is the only case currently available. All right, are we ready to start? Is this really where we're going to keep this? What are our options here? Let's see. Where can you see it? If I put it over here, can you still see it? Is that a better place for it? Why did I want to put it there? There was a reason. Is that why? Because it's not. Maybe that's the best way to do it. We could also just lay them flat on the table, but that seems like a shame. All right, let's try it this way. All right, you ready for the introduction? Now, before we start here, a couple more things to say. There is another playthrough of this I saw on YouTube by a well-known board game channel called Slicker Drips. It's about an hour and a half or so. So if you're interested in watching a playthrough of this game, you might check out that channel instead of watching this one. They've got good cameras and everything as well. And there's two people playing that. So if you want to see how a two-player game goes, you're more interested in the human interaction, you can try that. This game playthrough will be full of spoilers. You won't be able to play this game yourself if you watch this playthrough. This is a $12 game. So if this seems like a game that you might be interested in playing, maybe you should consider not watching this video or any video once we get started, picking up this game yourself. You can play through it, and then you can watch how we did and see how you did differently than I did. But if you watch this video, I'd love to have you join me for this. It's going to spoil the experience for you. You won't be able to play it again. And then lastly, why don't we take an early break, our first break early, to give you a chance to leave at this point. I'm doing everything I can to give you an opportunity to leave so you don't have this spoiled for you. But for those of you who stay when we come back, I can always use your help. Remember that there's a big delay in YouTube, so don't wait for me to ask a question. If you see something that you think is interesting, or you think you have an idea of what card you think we should use, you should just shout it out in the channel. Don't wait for me to ask. And I'll see you, those of you who are staying with me, in 8 minutes. All right, we're back down to 12 viewers. We lost 8 of our 20, and we're ready to get started. Flip the card to start playing. Maybe I'll keep this deck off to the side. We'll just deal with one card at a time. Okay, Peter, that's us. Congratulations, Mr. Moustakis. Today's process was quite complicated, but you managed to surprise everyone once again. Oh, thank you, Peter. It was your idea to question the warehouse keeper. Who knows? It might be time to assign you a case. I have to admit, your help today was really valuable. Anything else on the agenda? No, we're done for the day. We don't have any more hearings. Go home. I'll settle the paperwork. And as for my first case, I'm ready, Mr. Moustakis, I assure you. Okay. Open envelope A and read the next card. Okay, so we've got our first envelope here. All right. So here's our envelope A. 7 cards of evidence. I'm not going to look at them yet, though I think we are allowed to. Read the next card. Okay, that was our next card. I'm starting to read, and I keep thinking, like, are we at the right place at the beginning? Just because of the way these things are phrased, they're sort of throwing us in the middle of a conversation. There is such a mess in this bag. Besides today's case documents, for some reason, we also brought along the documents for a murder case yet to be dealt with. Oh, I guess he's commenting about this. There's such a mess in this. No, he's not. Or maybe he's commenting about these. Okay. For some reason, we also brought along the documents for a murder case yet to be dealt with. The accused name is, hello, I'm Hiruni Sampath. I'm looking for Mr. Moustakis. Good evening. I was just thinking about your case. Strange, though, I remember that we were supposed to deal with it soon, but flipping through the schedule, I can't seem to find any trace of it. Could it be something is hiding it from my sight? Now, this is card 1, trial card 1. The game rules told us to focus on the highlighted sentence. And the website wants the answer to card number 1. It says accusation card number 1, but I assume it's talking about this card. So I guess we're supposed to, this is our little trial testing thing. We're supposed to see which of these cards we think answers this question. So yeah, just a little tutorial. Okay, so here's Nick Moustakis, our boss, successful defense attorney. That's us. Peter Howard, an assistant at the Moustakis law firm, obsessed with detective stories. Okay. Here's the woman who's just walked into our office, Haruni Sampath. She's a character, an archaeologist, arrived in the USA on August 16th as a representative of the most important museum in Sri Lanka. She's charged with murder. We haven't heard that yet in this story, but I guess getting that. Sounds like this is what we should focus on. Oh, we say, could it be something's hiding it from my sight? Okay. You can't find it in the schedule. All right, let's just look at this. It doesn't feel like we should be reading this yet, but all right, he's talked about finding the documents. Okay, so murder of Gregory Starr, found with her hands covered in Starr's blood. She was locked in the house and promptly arrested upon arrival of the police. She was searched. Nothing was found on her relevant to the case. Peter Howard's notes. The best detectives know that, 1, there's always a more recent will somewhere. The kind butler always hides something. To never forget to check the wines for the presence of poison. If someone has an identical twin, rest assured that there has been a switch at some point. Often the solution to the crime lies in our pockets. He's talking about, like, in a court case, the lawyer brings out the damning evidence. Diamonds, when examined, often turn out to be worthless copies. Okay, so little tropes from mystery cases. And here's his agenda. Looks like maybe this is what's hiding the schedule. Maybe there's a better way. Let me see if I can put these up so you can see them more clearly. Is that in focus or is that slightly out of focus? Okay, so there's the schedule, and there's the post-it note is right on his schedule, hiding his schedule. And we've also got a receipt from a donut shop. So this is going to be the answer to this question here, right? Something is hiding it from my sight. Although if the answer is what's hiding it, then this is what's hiding it. It's a little subtle thing, right? Okay, and here's a close-up of the donuts. He bought a cream donut, whatever that is. Cost $3.25. Tax is 30 cents, $3.55 total. Stellar Donuts. Okay. I am partial to the Boston cream donuts myself. All right, so now what is the answer to something hiding it from my sight? Here is the schedule, but the thing that's hiding it is this card. So I guess if we're to pay attention to the question, and that's what the tutorial is teaching us, then the thing that's hiding it is this. Don't you think? You could say that's a little weird to give us these two to choose from, but I think maybe the tutorial is just trying to teach us to very carefully read and follow instructions. and that we might at first glance think it's one card, but based on the instruction, it's this card. Okay, Anna agrees. So let's see. We're supposed to put in the answer here. Looks like the answer is going to be a number, so just the number of the card, which we say is 26. Can I confirm? All right. And that's a little troubling, but we'll try again. We could try a different browser too if we need to. 26, confirm. Right. Oh, darn. Mr. Moustakis won't take this well. Correct. Flip one juror on innocent side. Flip the trial card and read the back. Somehow, in looking for our schedule, we have managed to convince one of the jurors, who is nowhere to be seen, to flip to innocent. That's quite remarkable legal work on our part. All right, so we're going to read the other side of this now. Oh man, here it is. The Haruni Sampath murder trial. It starts in 5 minutes. No way Mustakas gets back in time. I read something about it, I think. Counselor, what's going on? Is there a problem? No, ma'am. No problem at all. Mustakas entrusted the case to me after a thorough explanation. Today, I will take care of your case. Come on, let's enter the courtroom. Please have a seat here. Perfect. Now, I just need to review some details of the case. Allow me a few moments to concentrate. Discard evidence 28 and 31. So 28 and 31. Okay, so these were decoy cards that they were trying to trick us with, so we don't need these anymore. Open, let me put these where I can still access them in case we think we did something wrong. Okay, so the rest of these can be used in future questions, including this. And now we're proceeding right to envelope B. Alexander Mahone says maybe there was a bribe. Maybe there was a bribe in the Post-it note. All right. So envelope, evidence B. Now, I think I need to refresh my memory of when we're told to open an envelope. Can we then search through it immediately? Sounds like the moment we open it, we could search through it, but then we get people that the story hasn't told us about. So I'm gonna the way I'm gonna play it is I'm not gonna look at these until we get asked a question, or until something prompts us to do it. All right. So we've opened envelope B, and this is the flip side of the yellow that we did. All right. As simple as this seems, I'm a little troubled by some little fine details. Like there's nothing telling us move on to the next trial card. But I assume that's what we should do. I'm just going to look. I guess we're going to look through these because we've not gotten any instruction yet. But I guess we're just going to go to the next trial card. But let's just evidence. But he said he wants to look through it. He's going to. He said he wants to review details of the case. All right. I guess we're supposed to review these details. Let's see. Gregory Starr is the victim, entrepreneur, and contributor for the archaeological section at Art Life. Last will and testament. Gregory Starr's considerable fortune will be divided into 3 portions. The first will go to charity. The rest will be evenly split between his grandchildren, Robert and Ringo. Okay, so we've got a date up here and a seal. And I guess that's his signature, Gregory Starr. That date seems significant. What is it? 2/12/2019. Not 2/12, 7/13. Okay, it's good I zoomed in. Next, we have an insurance policy dated March 13th, 2024. Mr. Starr has taken out an insurance policy for his Starry Sky necklace. In the event of theft, he will receive millions in reimbursement. Examination of Haruni Sampath's car. Haruni Sampath's car, rented on 16 August. It was parked in the driveway. It contained a suitcase, a return flight ticket to Colombo, Sri Lanka, and a box containing an ancient necklace adorned with sapphires. An expert identified it as a Starry Sky necklace. All right. So is she being framed? Or was she really planning to go back to Sri Lanka? And is this the real necklace? Interesting. Certificate of authenticity for the 3rd necklace. The 3rd necklace? What are you talking about? All right, Esther Port is the authenticator. It's authenticated March 15th, 2024. Insurance policy on the 17th. Authenticated on the 15th. Necklace is authentic, but its restoration was once again disrespectful. Gregory should have learned something from the last time. Restoration was disrespectful, and this is the 3rd time it's been restored. Okay. Here's a close-up of it. Quite pretty. Commissioned in the second half of the 9th century by a king of the Lambakana dynasty, made of gold, painted with enamel and adorned with sapphires. Okay, made of gold, painted with enamel. I guess enamel designs painted on. Starry Sky necklace. Okay. The history of the necklace. Isn't it beautiful? This painting depicts the 3 daughters of the ancient king of the Lambakana dynasty, whom he loved above all else. It is from here that my dream of completing the entire collection of their jewelry was born. So 3 daughters that look, if we're not being racist, look quite a bit like Haruni Sampath. One of them's face is missing. The 2 daughters look like they have the proper necklace that looks like our Starry Sky. This one doesn't quite look right. I don't know if that's because of, maybe it's just because of damage that's blotting out the color. Okay. The daughters of the ancient king of the Lambakana dynasty. She wants to complete the entire collection, whatever that means. And here's our prosecutor, Norman Disdain. Prosecutor Norman Disdain, one of the old guard. He's a tough guy. He's not going to make it easy for you. Okay, so we reviewed the evidence in the case, our notes, and we're going to proceed to the next card. I declare the hearing open. Counsel, are you ready? Of course, I was just finishing reading some documents. If the prosecutor is kind enough to grant me another 5 minutes. Obviously not, members of the court. I don't want to waste your time when the case is so clear. The murder was committed by Mrs. Sampath. I rely on this simple, incontrovertible fact. No one else had any interest in killing poor Gregory Starr. Damn it. I'll retrieve the remaining documents as soon as I have a moment. Right now, I need to find something to counter-argue. All right, well, it seems to me that what we're going to give evidence for is the will, right? Because that's who else would have an interest in killing Gregory Starr. All right, so are we agreed that that's the answer to that? So far, there's no difficulty rating on this box. Hopefully it's going to ramp up in difficulty. All right, but if we're agreed it's the will, it's evidence 4. Let's put it in and see. Evidence card 2, 4, yes. Okay, everything is right. So let's put in 4 and see if it says our session has timed out. Right, Sampath. Let's start with the most classic of motives. I hope your objection holds up, counselor. Correct. Flip one juror on innocent side. Flip the trial card and read the back. All right, so far so good. Another juror has been convinced just by that will that someone else did this, or at least that she's hasn't been proven guilty. All right, let's flip our card here. Best murder mystery writers have taught us the murder of an elderly entrepreneur can only have the motive of inheritance. Gregory Starr owned a considerable fortune. Excuse me, counselor, but I must interrupt your prattling. Yes, there was a will. However, the two individuals you mentioned have been living outside the United States for years, attending prestigious European universities. We are well aware that the person who committed the murder was actually a dinner guest at Mr. Starr's house that evening. Okay, so I guess we proceed to the next card, even though we're not told. Besides the servants and Mrs. Sampath, Mrs. Esther Port and Mr. Randy McMillan were also at Mr. Starr's for dinner that evening. Among all of them, however, only Mrs. Sampath had a motive. Her desire was to take Gregory Starr's Starry Sky necklace back to her homeland at any cost. But despite a generous offer, she couldn't convince him to sell it. So, Mrs. Sampath had to resort to murder, to steal the necklace, which was later found in her car. It can't have happened like that, and I'll prove it. Okay, so here's a more interesting one because it doesn't jump out at me what the answer here. I know we have a scene of the car, but okay, more interesting. But now let's point out that the person who was at dinner is the person who authenticated the necklace, Esther Port. She's at the dinner. That's very suspicious. And Randy McMillan, do we have a card for him? No, we don't know who that is. All right, well, let's look at this card. Parked in the driveway, it contained a suitcase, a return flight ticket to Sri Lanka, and a box containing an ancient necklace. A box containing an ancient necklace adorned with sapphires. An expert identified it as the Starry Night necklace. Okay. Here's the authentication of it. Is there something that should be jumping out at us? Painted with enamel, adorned with sapphires. A box containing an ancient necklace adorned with sapphires. Looks like the same necklace. To steal the necklace which was later found in her car. And here's a picture of the car. Rented on 16 August. There's the insurance policy. Looks like the same necklace. Authenticated, insured. August 16th. We haven't been told to open any other boxes. Let me just go here. Go to next. Okay. Card 3. That's what we're on. All right. I'm sure someone in the chat has figured out the answer. No, they haven't. All right. Well, good. All right. Let's look at all of our evidence. We've also got the evidence that we looked at before. We've got a will. Diamonds, when examined, turn out to be worthless copies. She was locked in the house. Is that the answer? That she was locked in the house so she couldn't have brought it to the car? Okay, this is getting a little bit more interesting now. So we're countering this guy saying she had to resort to murder to steal the necklace, which was later found in her car. There's the car, and it says a box containing ancient. Maybe this isn't the stolen necklace. Maybe that's a different necklace in her car. But then, no, because an expert identified it as a starry sky necklace. A starry sky necklace. A starry sky necklace. Remember that there's 3 of them. There's 3 necklaces, and look at them. There's 3. She wants to complete the entire collection. She has 2. She's trying to get the 3rd. So the fact that she has 1 of them in her car is not evidence. It's not going to be the same necklace. This says for the 3rd necklace. Gregory should have learned something from the last time. It sounds like Gregory might have access to multiple necklaces. That's interesting. Okay, so if I'm right that this isn't the same necklace that's been stolen, it's a different one, then this is a little misleading because this says Starry Sky necklace. Like, is this an analysis of hers? Is this the one that was found in the car, or is this Gregory's? Or am I on the wrong track? He may have repaired the same necklace multiple times, or he may be restoring multiple necklaces. Okay, but let's concentrate. What are we going to use as evidence? Do we think we're going to use this card to show, to mean that the necklace is not the same necklace? How do we counter this? Or should we be using this card to show that she's got multiple necklaces? Should we use this card to show that she owns the necklace? This is an interesting situation here. Do we use, to counter this claim that she had to have stolen the necklace, which was found in her car, do we use this card to show that she owned other necklaces? Do we use this card to show the necklace in her car was not the same necklace? Or do we use this card to show she was locked in the house and couldn't have left with the necklace? These all seem reasonable things to counter this, or they all seem equally reasonable and unreasonable. Nothing was found on her presence. So do we use this? Now remember, the app can, for all we know, the app will accept any of these cards as evidence to counter this, or none of them. Well, we know the police report had to have been done after she was arrested, but that's all we know. She had to resort to murder to steal the necklace, which was later found in her car. All right, so here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say it's not this one, because this evidence doesn't contradict anything here. So I'm going to say it's not this one. I'd be inclined to say either if she had brought it to her car, she would have driven away, not gone back into the house. So I'm going to say this one. Like, why would she, if she's got the necklace in the car, surely she would have driven away, not come back into the house. So I'd say this one. Showing that she owns other necklaces doesn't change the idea that she would have stolen this one. I'm going to say this one. This is the one that I think could sway someone on the jury. Like, if this guy's claim is correct, how does he explain the fact that my client was locked in the house? If she had stolen the necklace, she obviously would have driven off. But Anna, everyone else seems to think that it's card 25, the proof that she has other necklaces. I'm going to tell you why that doesn't work. If we say, members of the jury, my client has her own copies of the necklace, there's multiple, then the prosecutor is going to say, quite right. And she obviously wanted the third one, which she stole. So you haven't explained anything. So what if she has two others? That does not explain the fact. No, I think the more convincing evidence is the fact that if she's locked in the house, she obviously didn't steal it. She would have just escaped. All right, I'm going to give the final answer of 20. If it doesn't like it, we'll say 25. I believe it's 20. All right, we've got to our first interesting moment here. Here we go. I'm the lead lawyer here, so I get to override the group, and I'm going to say it's card 20. For all we know, both of them were right, but here we go. Correct. Exactly. This prosecutor's mocking us. He should know that what he's saying is not possible. All right, so I was correct, but for all we know, you were correct as well. Maybe it was going to accept both of those cards. I don't know. But I was right. I'm going to assume you were wrong, that if we tried to tell them that she owns other copies, they just would have said that's totally irrelevant. She obviously wanted all of them, so that doesn't prove that she wouldn't have stolen that. All right, so now we move on to the flip side. Prosecutor Disdain, you accuse Mrs. Sampath of killing Gregory Starr to rob him of his Starry Sky necklace. Indeed, that's the case. But you've told us that the necklace was found in Sampath's car. How is that possible? We know that after the murder, Mrs. Sampath was locked in the house. She couldn't have taken the necklace to her car. Counselor, I'm about to give you an important lesson about our profession. Listen to me carefully. Okay, so for sure I was right. There was only one answer that was correct, and it was the fact that she was locked in the house. Okay, he's about to give us an important lesson. Gulp. Members of the court, in a tribunal, the only thing that really matters is the evidence. We have a signed document from the police confirming that the Starry Sky necklace was found in Mrs. Sampath's car. If you believe that this does not imply your client's guilt, it's up to you to provide an alternative explanation. Okay, calm down. We've established that it's not possible for Mrs. Sampath to have left the house and taken the necklace to her car. However, the police report says that a necklace was there. There has to be an explanation. Yes, now we're bringing into play our alternative explanation, which is that there are multiple necklaces and Sampath has been collecting them. There you go. I like this little clever twist. All right, so this one we feel fairly confident about, that there's a whole set. All right, here we go. Now the answer to this, how can we explain it, is 25. Right, exactly. It was from this painting that, excuse me. Counselor, now that I think about it, are you sure you've read all the documents for this trial? What's that about? Questioning our ability? We're already flipping another juror. Are you sure you've read all the things? Okay, well, let me flip another juror. I mean, we've basically got this case wrapped up. Our jury is almost all convinced. The only explanation is this. There are 3 Starry Sky necklaces. In fact, as seen in the painting, each one of the king's daughters is wearing one. We all know that the ancient king had 3 identical necklaces made. Sampath bought the first one from Mrs. Port last year, and the second one from Macmillan a few days before the murder. Mr. Disdain, you must know that the necklace found in the car was Macmillan's, Sampath was just taking it back home. I'm very well prepared prepared, contrary to what you seem to be, sir. But don't worry, we will conclude the trial quickly. Discard 21 and 25. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. And we don't need 21, which was the evidence of the car. Okay, but I'll keep those nearby. All right. This guy seems to, we're not flustering him. We all know she bought the first one from the examiner last year, and the second one she bought from the guy who's also at the dinner. It's a little weird. All right, but now we get to open envelope C. And then this is done. I guess we get to look through this. Okay, more information about Esther Port, the examiner, head of the archaeological section at Art Life and longtime collaborator with Gregory Starr, former owner of the first Starry Sky necklace. Okay. Oh, a broken window. This was the second time that the window of the studio had been broken. About a month ago, Mr. Starr spotted the break-in, but it was established that no one had entered the house. Mr. Starr reacted with some discomfort, but in the end, he merely replaced the glass, and that's the butler. Hey, look, there's a date up here, August 20th, 2024. What else happened in August? That sounds a little bit familiar. Something happened in August. It was authenticated in March. Insurance policy, March. I think it might have. Was it the will? No, that's July. Okay. All right. Can you tell anything about that glass? It looks like a rock was thrown through it or something. Can't really tell if it was broken from the inside or outside, though. Sales register for August. In this ledger, Gregory Starr noted the sales of the jewelry he kept at home. He took care of everything himself, from bargaining to shipping. Okay, so he sold a whole bunch of stuff. And then there's a sale of Daffodil's Villa, to Daffodil's Villa, that's been crossed off. The break-in is August 20th. So it's after all of these. Okay. Here's Randy McMillan, gemologist and winemaker, friend and collaborator of Gregory Starr, former owner of the second Starry Sky necklace. I guess we could have clues on these too. One of these tell us a date when maybe we need to keep some notes if we've got any dates here. I don't remember when the other thing was stolen. All right, we're gonna, if we see some interesting dates on the trial cards as opposed to the evidence cards, let's write them down. 3 identical necklaces. She bought the first one from Mrs. Port last year, the second one from McMillan a few days before the murder. I'm just gonna make some notes about that so we don't have a hard time remembering some of these. Okay, so I'm just gonna Sampath bought first from Esther Port last year, and then the second from Macmillan, a few days before the murder. Do we know what date the murder happened on? Does anyone remember? The will is July 2019. I do remember we did get a date. And look, this seems important too. She arrives August 16th. Feels like timeline is going to be very important for us. To me. So she arrives August 16th. Charged with murder. I know we got a date of the murder somewhere, or at least a year. Let's see if we can find that before we continue here. No date here. Does anyone remember? Here we go. Or rented August 16th. Is there a date here? What about here? So times, not years. I'd like to know when this case started. Does anyone remember on the channel when the murder happened? Seems like it happened in August. But I'd love to know an actual date. Second one bought from Macmillan a few days before the murder. Okay. Ah, I see. We haven't finished going through these, but here they are. Okay, here we go. All right, so there's Randy Macmillan, former owner. Okay, now. The life of Gregory Starr. Gregory Starr had been a steady contributor to the archaeological section of Art Life. He made his fortune through unscrupulous trading of ancient jewelry. In recent years, his reputation has been declining due to his increasingly excessive and extravagant behavior. The discovery of the third Starry Sky necklace brought him back into the limelight once again. Detail of the crime scene, August 20, 2024. And there's our broken window. Interesting. Interesting. All right, so notice glass in the room. That suggests the window was broken from the outside in. Shot, maybe? There's his safe. Very interesting. Okay, well, at least we have our timeline. August 20, 2024. Take a closer look at this. Safe is open. Lots of stuff still in this safe. Looks like injured around the neck, shoulder, chest. Glass had to be very recent, though. I wonder if someone didn't take a practice shot before. Now let's see. Look at that window. Look at this window. Same window? Looks like it could be the same window, different pattern of glass. So this is the second time it had been broken. Someone's taking a little practice shot at it. Interesting. Okay. There's the butler. Mr. Alfred Trey, Mr. Starr's employee for more than 20 years. Death report. Aha, here's our autopsy. Let's see. Gregory Starr's death occurred on August 19th, 2024 at 11:15 p.m. As per the testimonies, the autopsy confirms the time of death caused by a single close-range stab wound to the chest. Death was practically instantaneous. So there's the stab wound to the chest. Got an X on the back. What is it, like an exit wound? Is that an arrow that shot him? Other than a knife? Like, did an arrow go through that window? Don't think we're meant to be able to read this text. Huh. Chat's making some jokes based on previous cases about a bird. Deposition of the butler after the dinner. After dinner, Mr. Starr asked everyone to join him in his study because he wanted to show them how the glossy enamel used during the restoration work made the necklace glow in starlight alone. Macmillan preceded Mrs. Port and Mrs. Sampath, who closed the door behind them. Starr seated his guests in the dark. Okay, so the enamel glowed in starlight. And after dinner, they all go to the study and the lights are turned off. That's all the evidence in C. I guess the backs of these tell you what envelope they came from. All right, so these are all our C's. That's back with an A. Okay, so I guess we continue on. The idea of a dinner meeting of all the former owners of the Starry Sky necklaces came from Mrs. Sampath herself. Reconstructing the entire collection was her obsession. She hoped that Mr. Macmillan and Mrs. Port could persuade Gregory Starr to sell his necklace. Mr. Starr, however, refused to give in to her pressure, which led her to despair. With the goodwill of the defense, Mrs. Sampath is the only person who was intent on wresting Starr's necklace. Disdain won't give me a break until I find another threat to the necklace. What's our other threat to the necklace? Is it this? Is it this? That evidence that someone was trying to break in and steal it? Is that our best evidence? No, this is not evidence of, well, this is evidence of a prior break-in, but this is actually from the night of the crime. So this is actually, okay, so let's be clear about it. This and this are taken on the same night. So this is meant to be exactly this. He's just also telling us that there was a previous break-in a month ago. Notice she wasn't even in town a month ago. She arrived She arrived. No, she arrived August 16th. I already wrote that down. She arrived August 16th, and this break-in happened a month earlier in July. So I think this is our evidence that someone else was trying to break in and steal it. She was the only person intent on getting the necklace. Okay, I think in the end they established no one had entered the house. Well, that's okay that no one entered. We're not trying to prove that someone entered. We're just trying to prove that someone else was intent on getting it. And we're not told when he found this third necklace, right? Because that would be important if he found it after July. Then that wouldn't be evidence of someone wanting the necklace. Don't believe there's any other evidence that someone else wanted the necklace. Melissa asks, how did the safe get open? Well, that's a valid question, but if he was killed up in there, I think it's fairly safe to assume he opened it. But I'm going to answer that this break-in was the evidence that someone else wanted it. So let's go. We're going to say it's card 8. Right. Excellent, counselor. Disdain would like to only talk about me. We need to try to widen the field to other possible culprits. Correct. Flip one juror on the innocent side, flip the trial card, and read the back. Okay. So that's it. One more juror on our side, and we'll have this wrapped up. Not quite. All right, let's see. I bring this fact to your attention, prosecutor. Starr's butler informed us about a broken window about a month before the crime, when Mrs. Sampath had not yet arrived in the United States. Remember, I pointed that out? Someone attempted to break into Starr's study where the necklace was kept to steal it. Counselor, it's obvious that others might be interested in the necklace. However, you cannot deny the strong interest bordering on obsession that Mrs. Sampath had for it. As I've already mentioned, we must focus on the individuals present that evening to find the culprit. Don't tell us who to focus on. We can focus on whoever we want. Your words don't entirely convince me, Prosecutor Disdain. Why limit the assumptions to those being present that evening? Maybe even counsel. Stop wasting the time of this court. Mrs. Sampath was literally found with Starr's blood on her hands. My client cannot be the only suspect. Perhaps someone intervened from outside the room. That's a weird card, right? Because he's making the point that she's got blood on her hands. Seems like we should be trying to find a reason for that, like she went to help him. But instead, he's saying, we are saying, no, I think there's another suspect. Someone intervened from outside the room. It seems that this is the card that would give us evidence of that, but I'm not Not sure why this would suggest someone intervened from outside the room. Hmm. After dinner, seated his guests. 11:15. Caused by a single close range stab wound to the chest. Close range. That seems to rule out an arrow through the window. Hmm. Death was instantaneous. I don't know what he was doing. He may have opened up the safe ahead of time. How are we going to prove that someone else intervened from outside the room? That's weird. I don't see any of our cards being very convincing to that effect. Do you have any evidence that there's someone else in this room? I suppose the broken. Hmm. Well, I do see something interesting. I don't know about an answer to this question, but there does seem to me to be something significant about this scene. And that is this. Look at this piece of glass. What does that tell you? He's stabbed in the chest. Death is almost instantaneous. So he's stabbed and he falls down dead. Seems to me the pattern of blood, well, the wound could have gone straight through for all we know. So we don't quite know if he's lying on his front or his back. This certainly looks like the position. Well, I couldn't say, but if I had to guess, I'd guess he's face down. Either way, the point here is that there's glass where his leg was. How is that possible? I think that tells you the glass must have been broken first, and then he fell on it. Glass was broken first, then he's fallen on it. Because this couldn't have happened after he was stabbed. Seems significant. But you can't get through this window. It'd be an interesting idea if you stabbed him through the window, though. Regardless, though, I mean, I think that is significant, but I don't know how that answers this question. Perhaps someone intervened. That phrasing doesn't quite sound natural. I don't know what that. Perhaps someone intervened from outside the room. I guess maybe this is the card to show that. Maybe we are going to suspect that someone stabbed him through the window or used a bayonet type thing. Sounds like everyone is in agreement, though. All right, let's try 23. I think it makes sense. It's the only thing I can think of. Right. Sambath. This is the turning point of our case. I can feel it. But one juror on innocence side flip the trial card and read the back. Now, I can see that the game doesn't really know how many jurors we've flipped. And there's no rule about what to do when there's no more to flip. That's an odd situation. All right, but we were correct about that. Prosecutor Disdain, take a look at the photo of the crime scene. Pay particular attention on the floor tiles. Notice how many shards of glass have fallen from the still closed window. In the confusion, someone must have hit the window. No, prosecutor, if someone among those present had broken the window, the impact would have caused the shards to fall mostly outside, not inside the room. The window was broken from the outside. Well, we observed that very early on. Okay, so discard 1 and 23. This discarding of cards is reminiscent of 50 Clues, where it's just occasionally cleaning up old cards so that you have a manageable amount of information to consider each time. I really like that mechanic. All right, and now it wants us to open envelope D, but it's time for a break first. So far, it looks like we've got this case well in hand. I don't know what's going to happen. If I feel like maybe we're supposed to be making some mistakes for for dramatic effect, but we'll find out. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All rise. Court is now in session. Back to our case. We're told to now open envelope D. There's one more envelope after this, and it's very small. So we are approaching the end of our evidence, although there's still more than half of the, well, more than half of the trial cards are still available. So I don't quite know how to explain that. But let's take a look at more of our evidence. Here's his desk, August 20th, a little jade elephant with the wire coming out of it. It's like a phone or something. Deposition of Esther Port. Shortly after we entered the room, I heard in quick sequence the window shatter, Gregory shouting, and then some commotion. I may be mistaken, but I believe he said thief. At that point, panic took over, and I began searching for the light switch. However, I'd never been in the room before, and it took me some time to find it. When the lights came on, Mrs. Sampath appeared to be crouched over Gregory's lifeless body. Are we to believe that this is the room they were all in the dark? It's like his office. She seems to have been in there. Okay. There's the open safe, as everyone pointed out. Got lots of good stuff in there that no one took. Remember that he was going to show it to them, so it's not unreasonable to think he turned off the lights, then he went over to open the safe, and then he was killed. Combination lock, it's clearly not been broken into, so I think we should assume basically that he's opened it, or someone who knew the combination. A crate of wine was found. Okay. 4 sealed bottles. I don't see any other clues in there. Deposition of Hiruni Sampath. I had just closed the door when I heard a strange hissing sound. It's like something quickly screeching. And then glass breaking and a noise, maybe of a struggle. Star yelled and I got scared, but when I heard the thud of a body falling to the ground, I felt compelled to move. In the darkness, I crouched down. I made my way towards Gregory with some difficulty. When they turned on the lights, I was leaning over him, my hands stained with his blood, but I was just trying to help. Gregory asked us to wait in the study with the lights off. I believe he had just opened the safe when the window was broken and Gregory screamed. There were sounds of a struggle. They didn't know what to do. It was too dark to see clearly. When Esther found the switch, we saw Hiruni Sampath leaning over Gregory, who was dead. I believe he had just opened the safe when the window was broken. I guess he's got good hearing. He heard the safe open, heard the window break, heard Gregory scream. Sounds of a struggle. Here's a top-down, wider view of the crime scene. Now we know there is a ledge to stand on outside this window, right? We've seen it here, so don't be fooled, but it is up on the second floor, but there is a ledge, although it doesn't look like you could hide. You could be on that ledge, but someone would see you if they were inside. The other question is, so what's happened? He's walked past it, opened the safe, got the necklace. But how does that make sense? If he was walking back, he'd be lying, unless he's on his back. Now it would really be helpful to know if that body is lying on his back or front. Did anyone tell us? Look how neat this is. All right, look at this. Now, you tell me, how do we know he's lying on his back? How do we know he's lying on his back? That's an important issue for us. And Anna says left side wound. Exactly right. So if he was lying on his front, the wound would be there. He's lying on his back, the wound is here. Okay, so he is lying on his back here. Now that is consistent with him having opened the safe, got the necklace, and he's walking back this way. That's important. However, what's this? Does this mean he couldn't have been walking this way, but had to have gone this way? In which case, what is he doing over here? Okay. Oh, look at what this is. That's the wine bottles. Those wine bottles that looked so insignificant are now kind of significant because to me, they seem to be blocking the way. That means he didn't come over them, but he came this way. So, okay, he comes this way. He goes, he opens his safe. He gets the necklace out. He hears a screech. He walks over here, and the bird comes in and kills him and flies out the window with the necklace. All right. This is pretty clever here, though, that this is this. I do think that gives us his path, though, this way. Then something must have brought him over here to use the computer or to hear some sound. All right. Let's keep going. Oh, the murder weapon. killer likely used the napkin to avoid getting blood on themselves or leaving fingerprints. Interesting. Napkin, huh? Here's our butler, 20-year employee. All right, well, let's read our next trial card. Let's stick to the facts, counselor. As you yourself said, the window was found still closed. The glass is broken, but certainly not in a way that would allow a person to pass through. A small gap would have been enough to throw a knife. No, the wound is not consistent with the throwing action. Gregory Starr's killer was in the room with him, waiting for the right moment to strike. The simplest explanation is this. Taking advantage of the darkness in the room, Mrs. Sampath moved toward the direction from which Starr's voice came and plunged the knife into his body. So I think the answer to this one has to do with what we observed about the path. I think the idea is if he's going this way, if he can't walk over the wine, so he goes here, he gets the safe, and then something causes him to go here. If the claim is that Mrs. Sampath followed him, then it doesn't work, right? She can't stab him and have him end up on his back here. So how are we going to say that she couldn't have done it? Do we use this card to prove it or this card to prove it? I guess we're trying to say it's the wine. The wine is the key because it proves that the killer could not have come from this direction. Is that what we all think? Anna says, I guess the butler was hiding under the table waiting to strike while the three guests were sitting on their hands in those three chairs. All right, so, but Anna makes an interesting point. Well, two interesting points. One is the idea that this is the room they were in. I think that makes sense. So if let's rethink the scene of the crime with that. So we think he's sitting here, they're here. That's why they hear him get up, open the safe, and they hear the crash, the safe open, him yell thief, and then he gets stabbed and falls over. So I do think that, and then Anna guessed that the butler is under the table. That's an interesting idea. Okay, but either way, our point is that this wine is preventing someone from coming this way. And our claim is someone must have come stabbed him from this direction for him to fall on his back here. Okay, so we're going to say the crate of wine. And I think the idea that someone was under the desk is quite intriguing. All right, let's answer this question that it is 17. And if we're right, I don't know what's going to happen with the jury. So we took too long. Now we're going to see a real interesting thing about whether this game is flawed. Because now, is it going to make us answer start from the beginning? Oh, that's a very unfortunate. Oh, resume? But now, okay, is it going to let us tell it what card? Yes, okay, good. Score reached. That's unfortunate. All right, but we're on card 7. And I guess we're going to say we've got 6 of 12, although it's not clear what that means. All right, well, at least it's letting us confirm here. This is unfortunate, but all right. So we're saying it's 17, the crate of wine. Right. You're right, counselor, but we're back on the defensive. You must attack as soon as you can. My innocence depends on it. Flip one juror to innocent. Flip the trial card and read the back. All right, well, we can't. And it's lost. I guess the log is just for our guesses. Okay. I'm going to hope that it doesn't know, that it's not supposed to know how many jurors we've flipped, because it wants us to flip one of these and we can't. No rules said what to do. So, okay. Regardless, we won't worry about it. We'll just continue playing. I must contradict you, Mr. Prosecutor. You must consider the situation. Not only was it dark, but Mrs. Sampath had never seen the room before. If she, having just entered the room and headed quickly towards Mr. Starr's voice, perhaps she might have managed to avoid the desk, but she surely would have tripped over the crate of wine placed on the floor. It's clear from the testimony that only a few seconds passed before the scream. Mrs. Sampath would not have been able to reach Starr so quickly. Once again, counselor, you overlook the facts. You claim it was not possible for Sampath to react so quickly in the dark, but the same applies to the others. None of those present knew that Starr would turn off the light or that the window would be broken. Yet Starr was murdered, so perhaps it was not so impossible to get close to him. By luck or agility, Mrs. Sampath was able to get to him and hit him. With this reconstruction, I'm sure I have clarified everything that happened in the dark moments. Objection, Your Honor, there must be something missing from this reconstruction. Okay, so he's reconstructed it. Starr was murdered. Perhaps it was not so impossible to get close to him. By luck or agility, Mrs. Sampath was able to get to him and hit him. I'm sure I've clarified that everything that happened in the dark moments. And our guy says there must be something missing from this reconstruction. Is it the wire of the elephant? Let me look at that elephant thing again. What's happening here? What is that? What's going on here? What is it really asking us? Okay, well, we should appreciate this moment in this game that's been quite easy. We've had a couple moments where we're not sure what it's asking. Okay. So he says, I've reconstructed it. None knew he would turn off the light. The window would be broken. He was murdered. She was able to get close to him and hit him, and he's reconstructed it. And we say there must be something missing from this reconstruction. This thing with the wire is weird. But I don't know how it's relevant to us. Let me see. Let's review this. I believe he had just opened the safe. The window was broken. He screamed. There were sounds of a struggle. Esther found the switch. She's got blood. She heard screeching. She heard a hissing sound, then something quickly screeching. Then glass breaking, a noise, maybe a struggle. He yelled. She heard the thud. What are these sounds she's hearing? Hissing, screeching, glass breaking. What's her statement? She hears window shatter, Gregory shout, and a commotion. I believe he said thief. Took her some time to find it. He finds the switch. By luck or agility, Mrs. Sampath was able to get to him. Well, she was able to get to him. You can't deny that. Because she's found with blood, she says she was trying to help him. So she was able to get to him before the lights turn on. I mean, we should say that. I don't know about this claim if she didn't have time because she's found with blood on her hands. Hmm. Let's see what the chat thinks. The necklace glows in the dark, so if he had it, someone could find Star in the dark. Someone pulls out the chair. The elephant falls. No elephant on the other drawing. The elephant is missing from 12, right? Or is it there just the string broke away? You also have a knife. Hmm. The necklace glows in starlight. Hey, look at this. There is an order. Macmillan preceded Mrs. Port and Mrs. Sampath, who closed the door behind them. This is a clever little subtle clue. Macmillan preceded Mrs. Port and Mrs. Sampath, who closed the door behind them. So I think we've got Macmillan sitting here. And then maybe Mrs. Port and Mrs. Sampath. So one possible answer, but this can't be an answer, right? Because she did get to him. She did get to him. Because she's found once. So she did somehow, she says she crawled over there, right? I felt compelled to move, crouched in the darkness, made my way with some difficulty. All right. Now, what was Anna saying? Someone was saying something. The elephant missing from 12. No, the elephant's not missing from 12. It's right there. It's right there. Right? It's still on the desk. It's right there. And its wire is still leading down. What's the significance, though? He says hit him. There's something missing from this reconstruction. That's a weird, that feels like, I mean, she didn't hit him, she stabbed him, but clearly that's not what it wants, is it? Use the napkin to avoid getting blood on themselves or leaving fingerprints. Is that the answer? That she's found covered in his blood, and yet we have a murder weapon that looks like it was used to avoid getting blood on the victim. What do you think about that as the answer here? He says she must have been able to get to him and hit him. All right, well, that hit word is unfortunate, but we're going to assume that he didn't mean hit. He meant stab. We know she could get to him. She did get to him, but it seems to me that this contradicts that reconstruction, because this suggests that the killer used the napkin to avoid getting blood on themselves. Yet Mrs. Sampath is covered in blood, so she obviously wasn't the person holding the knife. Doesn't tell us where this was found, does it? It's unfortunate. All right, so if we're in agreement, are we in agreement that this is the best answer to that? Well, assuming we are, let's put in the answer here. Part 11. Let's see what happens. Wrong. I'm desperate. Disdain is putting me on the ropes. There must be something that has not yet been explained. I need to reread all the latest documents. Look for a detail that's missing from the reconstruction. Flip one jury to guilty and try again. Well, that's, in one sense, it's good because we actually now have some work to do. Although it feels to me like our evidence was pretty good. Didn't like that. What did it actually say? I'm desperate. There must be something that has not yet been explained. I need to reread all the latest documents and look for a detail that's missing from the reconstruction. Detail missing from the reconstruction. That's a bit awkward. Whoops, sorry, I didn't mean to read that one. I meant to read this one. Hopefully you didn't see that, or you can put it out of your mind. None of those present knew that Star would turn off the light. So if we found someone who knew he would turn off the light, well, what about this? He asked us to wait in the study with the lights off. Is that the contradiction? It doesn't say contradiction though. It says something missing from the reconstruction. It's not much of a reconstruction, but is that what's wrong here? No one present knew that Star would turn off the light. Or seems to know also that he was going to turn off the light. The light was already off when he seated them. That's weird. None of those present knew that Star would turn off the light, but this guy seems to have known. And this guy seems to have known. I mean, that's weird. Is that the answer it wants? The website says something is missing from the reconstruction. That's an awkward way to say it because we haven't found something missing from the reconstruction, but we found something that we think may be. What do you think? This is sort of ambiguous. He asked us to wait in the study with the lights off. Is it saying that he asked them before they were in the study that he wants them to wait in the study with the lights off? Or is he just saying, hey, once we got to the study, he said, wait, I'm going to turn off the light. In which case, that's not a contradiction. But this says, Mr. Starr asked everyone to join him in his study. He wanted to show them how it worked in the dark. I guess. So is this better proof that they knew ahead of time? Seems to suggest they already came in the dark, went in there. I don't love this question. It seems very ambiguous. TJ Moneycut says, all of them own one of the necklaces, so I don't think they would be surprised that it glows. I guess, although maybe that was just a detail that he added. Right? Because the authenticator even says Where's the authenticator person? She's not happy about that authentication. Restoration was once again disrespectful. I think the painting of the enamel glow-in-the-dark light might be what's disrespectful. So I think, I'm not sure. It seems like he owned the previous one as well. So I'm not sure if the normal necklaces glow. Does sound like he owned them. He owned more than one, though. Okay, anyway, that's not the point. The point is, which of these is our answer to this? Do we think it's 34, 13, or something else? I have clarified everything that happened. The website says we should be looking for something that's a detail that's missing. That's not here. Or if it's saying I've clarified everything, I think maybe it's asking us for the hissing clue. Like, is it that he said, I'm going to summarize everything important that's happened, and we have to say, wait a second, you have not mentioned this important fact. There was hissing and screeching. I think this is the answer. I think it's the hissing and screeching that are missing. All right, I'm going to put it in. I'm pretty sure that that's what it is. So let's try. Does the chat agree with me? Yes. Wait, it's agree. You didn't find it on your own, but you agree with me now that I found it. Okay. Right. Yes. Actually, I don't quite understand where you're going with this, counselor, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Flip one juror to innocent. Flip the trial card and read the back. Okay. So we had this one that we stumbled on. Now we swung her back onto our side. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, I believe that Disdain's reconstruction is missing a crucial detail, namely the hiss heard by Mrs. Sampath just before the window broke. Counselor, you're clinging to trivialities. Not at all, prosecutor. To reach the truth, we must leave nothing unexplained. Counselor, you're bluffing. What does this hiss have to do with the murder? Face your defeat like a true professional and don't waste the court's time with your delusions. Can you imagine if someone in a real courtroom said this? You're bluffing. Face your defeat like a true professional. That would be an objection. Your Honor, I object. Prosecutors insulting me. There's probably a term for that. Although you can't do a speaking objection. You just say, I object, and the judge is supposed to know that the prosecutor is insulting you. Okay. It's not necessarily that the hiss is directly related to the murder, but it could explain a particular behavior. First, we need to understand what produced that noise. Aha. Okay. Well, here's another question that we don't know the answer to. What was the hissing? I mean, we should appreciate when we get a question that we don't know the answer to. We've got an elephant here. An elephant shouldn't be hissing. Something in this room is hissing, though. What is it? The wine doesn't look like it hisses. It's not champagne. Maybe it's not a hiss. Is it a steam pipe? Is it something in the safe? What produced a noise like hissing? A fuse? No one else hears it, but she hears it. I've heard a strange hissing sound like something quickly screeching. Hissing that sounds like quickly screeching. That's a very confusing statement. Quickly screeching. A hissing like something quickly screeching. Oh, it's a glass cutter, don't you think? No. Kind of sounds like a glass cutter, but no, we don't have glass cutting. Is it is it is it something meant to draw his attention to the window? Then glass breaking and a noise, maybe of a struggle. Heard a strange hissing sound like something quickly screeching. Hmm. I mean, we do have this very odd elephant with a wire. What does that? Elephant doesn't sound like a screeching hiss. Huh. Looks like the chat is focusing in on the idea that the elephant was pulled. It feels like something to the elephant. I don't know what would cause a screech. Pulled it from the other side. Yeah, I don't hate this idea. Let me see if I can sort of put a different spin on it. If the elephant was further up on the desk and one of these two people were climbing under it, like we can see, we can't see if there's a back to this desk. What if there's no back to it and someone has climbed under the desk and caught the wire and is sort of pulling it this way. You know, like you step on a wire and it's like pulling the elephant to this side of the desk. Like they've stepped on the wire as they're going through. And then they've even pushed this chair aside. So that's how they got on this side of it. Is there any... So it's not that they're pulling the wire deliberately. It's the idea that maybe they went under the desk to get up on the other side to stab him. And when they did, they stepped on the wire and yanked it off, like yanked it this way. And normally it would be found, you know, like here, and it got yanked here. What? I don't know what this wire is connected to. Like, where is his computer? I don't have any. Where did this knife and napkin come from, though? It seems like a pretty big knife. Dennis says the necklace was in a box, so I guess he didn't have time to open the box. We have no knowledge that the box and necklace is the one found in the car, don't forget. Thorpe says the real mystery is what the hell a small green pluggable elephant is supposed to be. I wonder if it's supposed to be a phone. I wonder if that's supposed to be a phone. Or was that what was thrown through the window and landed on the desk? Or was the knife thrown through the window? It's kind of weird, huh? It's not necessarily. This is directly related to murder, but it could explain a particular behavior. First, we need to understand what produced that noise. You don't think it's the opening of this crate, do you? Like the creaking. Like, did he come to open the wine to celebrate? And oh, yeah, I don't feel good about any of this. You don't think it's related to opening of the safe? Feels like it has something to do with the elephant. Don't know what would cause it to screech. The necklace is a real mystery is what the hell string green pluggable elephant supposed to be. String would make more sense if someone used the elephant to break the window, but why is it on the desk then? Pulled back in by the cord. Pulled back through the window quickly. And it says behavior, so it needs to most likely tie into something that would have caused a person to screech. I don't think it's a person that's screeching, but it might explain someone's behavior. might explain why he would walk this way. Right? Or no, he's getting up from here. He's going, he's coming back. He says thief. I think it's gonna be a bird. No, we got a knife. But it's something flying through the window. All right, we're gonna guess the jade elephant, which seems out of place. We don't know what it's doing there, what it is. It doesn't make quite sense. So we're gonna try the elephant. Maybe someone threw this. Hissing and screeching. I don't understand it. I wish I had a theory. I mean, I guess I have a theory that someone's going under the desk and stepping on the wire, and it's pulling this across the desk, which is making hissing, screeching sound. All right, but boy, that's not great. All right, let's see if it says we timed out here. So we're going to say 36. Right. Such a messy desk is a sign of an equally disordered mind. Ah, I think I understand your point, counselor. You do? Can you fill us in on what our point is? It's not even clear that we've told her it's the elephant. It just seems to be we're saying that the desk is messy. And we're now supposed to flip a juror to innocent, but they're already thinking it's innocent. So one of our people has said, I'm going to vote for mistrial if you guys try to find this guy guilty. Like, one has become super convinced of his innocence. All right, let's see what this card says when we flip it over, though. That noise was produced by this wire attached to this paperweight. Imagine securing the paperweight outside the window and passing the wire over the top of the crossbar of the window, making sure it can slide. Now picture giving it a sudden tug. The paperweight would detach from its housing and hit the window, breaking it from the outside. Immediately afterwards, it could be retrieved and put back in its place on the desk. This was the hissing sound perceived by Hiruni Sampath, the noise of the wire rubbing against the window frame. What? That's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. All right, but that's insane. However, I do want to defend this point. I do want to defend the point that why would you describe it as a hiss? I think that's the one part of this that I would defend. Imagine you're in a dark room, you hear some sound that you can't place. You don't know what you're hearing. And then you're going to try to reconstruct it afterwards. I think it's very possible for people's memories and perceptions to play tricks on them. And she says it was kind of a hiss, like something screeching, like she doesn't really know what it was. I think the game was completely fair when it told us, it described it as a hiss. She says it's like a hissing, like something screeching. So I do not fault the game for her describing it as a hiss. But the fact that we're supposed to know this is a paperweight, there's a lot of stuff that seems crazy about that. And this scheme, like, how would you set this up? All right, but interesting. Well, let's see why this is all being done. To make it look like someone's trying to break in from the outside? That's very strange. All right, let's proceed. Proceed. Counselor, I can't believe the audacity of your claims. There are assertions that we've traced, though. We have a photo of the outside of the window. Doesn't it look like there's a tape mark on the underside of the upper balcony? And I present you with this information, this photo. And I guess we're supposed to say that this is tape mark. Oh boy. That is really stretching it. Dorf says, this is the second most ridiculous murder mystery game point I've seen. All right, well, let's keep going here. Damn, fine. Let's assume you're right, and that someone wanted us to believe that a person from the inside had broken the glass. What reason would there be to stage such a mechanism? Okay, this is a typo, right? It means, what it means to say is, let's assume that someone wanted us to believe that a person from the outside had broken the glass, right? Not inside. What reason could there be to stage such a mechanism? That's a good question. We're now faced with another question that we're not sure the answer to. Why are you trying to pretend it's someone from the outside? Is it because it's an inside job? Is that all you're trying to do? Is throw blame to an outside perpetrator rather than an insider? But what answer do we give here? Surely it doesn't want us to accuse the butler already, does it? Hmm. Why would someone want us to believe that a person from outside had broken the glass? I mean, the best answer I can think of is because it's an inside job. But if, why not just, you're doing it while these three people are there? Surely you're trying to put the blame on them, in which case it doesn't have to be an outsider. Right? What's the point of doing it now while all these people are here? This is pretty bizarre. Chat has a theory. Was the necklace thrown out the broken window? That's a pretty good. Yes, I like that. I like that theory a lot. You have to get. Well, we're almost certain it's the butler now, aren't we? Because the butler is the person who was there a month ahead of time when the previous break-in happened, which must have been just a trial run. This must have been a trial run by the butler. A month ago, he spotted it. So the butler, I like the idea that you're trying to have this broken glass so that you can throw the necklace. But how are you going to get? Maybe it's not the butler. And if it's the butler, then so maybe it's one of these three people. And as we saw here, they snuck under the desk, they pulled the wire. Give it a tug. It breaks. You somehow retrieve it. You put it back on its place on the desk. You throw the necklace out the window. But no one thinks that it's been thrown out because of the way the glass is broken. That's really weird. I mean, it can't be the butler, because how would he get out of the room? But it could be one of these two other people. They'd have to have access to his house, though, earlier. What would be reason? Well, how would we answer this question, though? How do we answer this question? How do we give a reason for staging this craziness? Why would we? What card do we give is my point. What card do we give to explain why they were trying to make it look like someone was throwing something from inside? That's a weird thing to answer, right? Like, are we trying to say, yeah, I don't know how to answer that. Why stage this mechanism? Why stage this mechanism? I like your idea that you're going to throw the necklace out the window to gather it later. And The goal is to make it look like there's an outsider. Maybe the whole idea is to give yourself an alibi. But then how do we answer that question? Maybe the answer is the card with the car and the necklace. Okay, well, it can't be because the game told us to throw out that card, that car card. So we don't have the car evidence anymore. I haven't found a use for this yet either. Sales of the jewelry he kept at home. Since crossed off. Bargaining to shipping. Why would someone stage such a mechanism? You don't think the knife was somehow attached to this, to the elephant? In the event of theft, he'll receive millions. What if this was a fraud gone wrong? Yes, DJ Moneycut and I came to the same conclusion at the same time. What if this is an insurance fraud gone wrong? In fact, what if he suicided himself? What if he has staged this insurance fraud? He has done it himself. It's not the butler. His plan is to make it look like someone from outside has stolen it. He doesn't have the necklace anymore. He's arranged its theft. He's purposefully concocted a scheme for him to turn out the light so they could see the glow in the dark. He's yelled out thief, and he's going to pretend that somehow it's been stolen, and he's maybe even killed himself. Let me read about his life again. Extravagant behavior. He's selling a lot of stuff. He's called them all together. I wonder if he was going to die anyway. And the glow in the dark enamel, the authenticator doesn't like. Maybe he's concocted it all. Maybe it was even, oh, she's authenticated it. He's filled out his will actually quite a while ago, 5 years ago. But he is selling a lot of stuff. He would be... Okay, so now I'm getting a feeling that he is stages for insurance fraud. But we have some alternate theories. Anna says fraud makes sense, stabbing himself in the heart not so much. Alexander thinks maybe he's being betrayed by the appraiser who's lying about it being authenticated. Esther is either lying about having never been in the room since she authenticated it previously, so I'm suspicious of her. That's an interesting point. Let me read what she says about never being in the room. She's a longtime collaborator and the owner of the first Starry necklace. Where does she say she's never been in the room? I had never been in the room before. It took me some time to find it. Boy, that's a good point. She's a longtime collaborator. She's helped them authenticate multiple things, but she claims she's never been in the room before. That is fishy. Okay, so I think maybe the answer to that question is this. I think this is the answer to this question. I think we've identified that it's fraud, and he intends to put in an insurance claim for its theft. What do you think about that? DJ Moneycut says, sounds good. Alexander says, that seems reasonable. Anna points out that even though Esther may have worked with him for a while, maybe he always brought stuff to her. Okay. So it sounds like the chat agrees with me that this is likely the answer is number 5. Okay, let's see if it's timed out again because we took so long. 5. Okay. I mean, it's not so hard to resume it. I just don't know why they wouldn't have fixed this. And the worst part is that we've got this question here about score. What, 1,000? I mean, what? 12. Okay, so it does want to know how many jurors are on our side. And in our case, we have all 12. All right. So we are going to say now that we think it's about card 5, the insurance policy. What reason would there be to stage such a mechanism? Members of the jury, the motive was insurance fraud. That's right, of course. This truth overturns the entire trial on its foundations. My head spins just thinking about it. Flip one juror to innocent side, flip the trial card, and read the back. Okay. So we figured it out. It took us a half hour to debate it, but we figured out that was pretty cool. Okay, you got to say, however much you want to complain, it was actually pretty cool that it took us that much time to figure out the right card to use. Okay, so one of our jurors, our second juror has committed to declaring a mistrial before they find our client guilty. They're 100% on our side. All right. Well, before I flip this over, I think we got to take another break. It's taking us a surprising amount of time to get through this easy game, but maybe longtime viewers of this channel will not be surprised. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. Let's check in with the chat. Two jurors have fallen madly in love with the defendant. Anna says that was a funny moment when they revealed the elephant, and we were all, what? I think it's interesting they tried to turn Phoenix Wright into a card game, but PR fleshed it out with lots of dialogue. He's a little on the short side. I would like to see a longer version. Felt like this was over just as it was starting to get challenging. It's not quite over yet. And it says, this game is a bit stingy on details. Add to that the weird translation here and there. No wonder we have to think for half an hour. Not much meat on the bones. I really like this system, though. Feels like it has a lot of potential. And it agrees potential it has. Okay, I don't even understand the Phoenix Wright thing. Maybe someone can fill me in on that. But let's proceed to the next step. What reason would there be to stage such a mechanism? Insurance fraud. This trick served to make us believe that the disappearance of the necklace was due to theft. I fear the motivation is one that too often drives human beings. Money. Specifically, in detail, the money Gregory would have gained through the insurance claim for the theft of his necklace. Believe me, my voice trembles as I say it. I'm certain it's the case. Gregory staged the theft of his necklace. No one else could have orchestrated the trick. Counselor, what you say has now entered absurd territory. Even assuming what you asserted actually happened, putting such a plan into action has high risks. Would the paperweight have held up until the appropriate moment? Would it have managed to pick up enough speed to break the glass? How would Gregory have so much confidence in the success of the trick? Damn, he's right. Gregory Starr loved taking risks, but he was certainly not a fool. Somehow he knew the trick would work. Well, okay, that finally we've got a question that we know immediately what the answer is, which is that there was a trial run. There was a trial run. Okay, simple enough. All right, so the answer to 11 is 8. He did a trial run. Right. Counselor, you know, I hadn't thought about it, but you're really good, aren't you? Oh, sorry, maybe it's not nice to seem so surprised. Flip one juror to innocent, flip the trial card, and read the back. Okay, so 3 of our jurors are now in love with our client, Sampath, and they will do everything they can to get us to an innocent verdict. By the way, I did recently see Clint Eastwood's latest movie. Clint Eastwood is a very accomplished director, but he is getting old in age, and he has directed some great movies. He directed Mystic River, which I loved, an amazing movie with Sean Penn and a whole bunch of people. If you haven't seen Mystic River, you got to go see that. But he also directed Unforgiven, a really great Western, anti-Western with Gene Hackman. And it's got some amazing scenes with Gene Hackman in it. Amazing scenes. And not only that, but I mean, I'm a big fan of Clint Eastwood's acting and his Westerns. But if you go watch on YouTube, you can see some interviews of actors that he's directed, and they love him. He's like an actor's director. He gives them freedom, and anyway. So lots of great stuff to say about Clint Eastwood. But Clint Eastwood's latest movie, which might be his last, is called Juror Number 2, and it's absolute dreck. It is terrible. And maybe there's a lesson there, you know, at a certain point in life, maybe you don't have it anymore. Anyway, but that is another courtroom movie, pure courtroom case, really, but a bad one that you can skip. All right, let's continue here. Certainly, it was a risky plan. Gregory Starr was a very meticulous person, and he would hardly leave his fortunes to mere chance. In fact, Gregory Starr had already attempted this trick in the past. Or perhaps you have forgotten about the broken window in his study found a month before the crime. Didn't it strike you as odd that his reaction to a broken window in the room where he kept all his jewels was so calm? Ah, impressive, counselor. Now we begin to get serious. Okay, small stack of cards remaining. I don't understand. Disdain, what are you reading? This is another thing that's come out of nowhere. Like, what are they talking about? But I guess he's reading something. Before the trial, I met with Prosecutor Maxwell for an exchange of views. I have her advice right here. What? Who is this Prosecutor Maxwell? She's one of the best. Let me see here. Here it is. In this situation, she's recommended asking this question. Where is Starr's necklace now? We know it was last seen at Starr's mansion on August 15th during a party. We also know Starr did not leave his house in the following days. The police searched the entire mansion after the murder, but they didn't find it. If the necklace wasn't stolen, how did Starr get rid of it? Well, does the chat have any theories? What does the chat think? How did he get rid of it? In the wine bottle? I don't even know if you'd have to put it in a wine bottle. It doesn't look like I'm not sure they've searched inside this crate. Could you just stick it down at the bottom of the crate? Maybe you could put it in the wine bottle. It looks a little too big for that. We don't think it's the same necklace as is in her car, so I don't think it's that. He didn't pretend to sell it. Is there anything about the way it looked that would suggest how you could hide it in plain sight? I mean, if I had to guess, I'd guess it's in this wine crate, that he just dropped it in the wine crate. I don't think we have any good evidence for that. Can't see it in any other scene, right? It's not been hidden in this lamp. There's the office. We don't think he threw it out the window or it would have been found. Dorth is making a joke. A second string pulley system leading down a dumbwaiter shaft into a complex tunnel network extending 5 miles underground. He could have thrown it out to the butler. I don't think the butler's involved in this case, but it is an interesting idea. But if we're to assume that it's somewhere, it seems that it never left the room is the most likely. Although, if he knew that this was his plan, he could have gotten rid of it at any time before this evening, right? Like, why have to get rid of it live during this thing? Couldn't he just pretend, let me just go get it out of my safe? But really, he got rid of it long ago and sold it to one of these people? Surely it's worth more than thousands of dollars, though. Thorpe says, if it wasn't thrown out the window, I have no idea why the entire elephant stunt was needed. Well, that's a good point. Maybe he's trying to pretend that maybe he was just trying to pretend that someone sort of stabbed him or stole it. Realistically, though, it would make more sense for him to get rid of it days earlier. Then he could have gotten rid of it anyway, right? He wouldn't have to sell it. He would just hide it. But so that means it's probably got to be still in this crate. All right, we think we're going to answer this just because from a meta perspective, it feels like he must have gotten it out and then dropped it in here or in the wine bottles or something. All right, let's try it. Let's see if we've timed out here. So we're going to say the answer is 17. Wrong. The crate of wine was delivered to Star from outside. Instead, you promised to tell me a way Star could have gotten rid of his necklace. In short, this evidence says about the opposite of what you are trying to demonstrate. Flip 2 jurors to guilty. Okay. Well, we just made a fool of ourselves in front of the jury. If the necklace wasn't stolen, how did he get rid of it? And what we were just told suggests that something had to get it off the property. Do you really think it's going to be... What choices do we have? So one choice is we can't say it's still on the property. The game didn't like that. So either we're giving it to the person who's left with it, or he somehow, I don't understand what that would be. We can't even answer the broken window anymore. I mean, we do have this old broken window. No, this isn't an old broken window. Oh, no. All right, so if we think he threw it out the window, then it would be this one. So this was Dorp's, I think, original claim that why did he need to break the window? Because he was going to throw it out the window. So I think that has to be our answer. He had to have thrown it out the window, but that would mean there has to be someone else working with him. But don't you think it has to be the broken window? The butler also says he reacted with some discomfort. That seems to be telling us something that you wouldn't tell us if you're in on it. How did Starr get rid of it? How did Starr get rid of it? He threw it out the window. Okay, that's my final answer. 8. Wrong. I'm so close to turning this trial around, I can't give up now. Let's recap. Someone stole the Starry Sky necklace, left Star's house, and now who knows where it is. Maybe in storage, perhaps in another house. But if I think this through, I believe there is a clue that explains it. And we just lost 2 jurors. Oh my God, the entire jury pool is turning against us. I wonder if... Why would he record it, though? Stewart's Villa. What's the name of his kids? Where's his will? Robert and Ringo. I mean, we did discuss, I did say he could have gotten rid of it at any time early, but why would he... Why would he... Like, this cross one does seem suspicious, but I don't understand why he would record it here. Is there anything else that seems like... Are any of these anagrams for our Starry Sky necklace? There's supposed to be buyers, and we do have some villas. Villa, museum, villa. Like, these are suspicious. Why are these places? All right. Anna says something that makes no sense to me, so please be clearer. It's asking how did he get rid of it, not where it is. I mean, this has always jumped out at us, but I do not see why we should assume he would do this. But Perhaps this is his note to himself that this is where he hid it. If the necklace wasn't stolen, how did he get rid of it? What's the idea that he hid it in some other item? I mean, this has always seemed fishy, but I just don't see how this really answers this question. Both the strikeout and the price have to be relevant. They do seem fishy, but it just seems very odd. Who's Daffodil? And why are there 3 locations instead of listed as buyers? I mean, how did he get rid of it? How did he get rid of it? So if we think, I can't think of anything else. Is it implying that he broke it up and sold the parts to lots of buyers? Now that's an interesting idea. The idea that he sold each of the pieces to someone else, that's a pretty clever idea. All right, I think we're going to answer this card and see what our guy concludes from it, but surely that's the only card we can think of that it might be at this point. Right. The more we reconstruct the actions of the unpleasant person Star was, the closer we get to the truth. Flip one juror to innocent, and then flip the card. All right, we can still pull this off. This person got convinced to come back around, but we still got 3 people. He didn't leave his house. He had to find a way to get rid of it. Were we told he hasn't left his house in months? Am I forgetting that? Am I forgetting that we were told he hasn't left his house in months? Because if he left his house last week, then he could have done anything with it. And he certainly, it seems to be suggesting that he didn't get rid of it tonight, which I did acknowledge he could have gotten rid of it earlier. I just didn't see how this card really shed any light. Yes, it's in the question. Star did not leave his house in the following days. That's really not that clear, is it? Oh, it was last seen. Okay, so this is important. It wouldn't have hurt you in the chat if you noticed that to bring this up. It was last seen at the 15th during a party. All right, so I completely forgot that. I forgot that I had read that. That's a huge clue. It really would have been nice if someone reminded us of that. But all right. I completely skimmed over this and didn't read it. All right. It was last seen on the 15th, and he didn't leave his house since then. All right. Well, boy, that would have been helpful for someone to point out. All right. I mean, that's insanely huge, and it definitely would have brought us to focus on this more. All right. Even if Starr didn't leave his villa, the shipments he prepared did. It seems even those notes can help you. Perfect. You answered exactly as Prosecutor Maxwell predicted. You hit a dead end, Counselor. At first, the defense of Mrs. Sampath was based on the fact that if she had committed the crime, we would have found the necklace in her possession. Then you moved on to speculate about the intervention of an outside person. Now, thanks to your own reconstruction, both these objections fail and fall. My reconstruction, on the other hand, has not been affected. The fact that Mrs. Sampath may have killed Gregory Starr is the most probable reconstruction. What? Discard 8, 12, 13, 15, 34, 8, 12. 15, 13, 34, 8, 12, 13, 15, 34, and 35 get removed, so we don't have to consider them anymore. 8, 12, 13, 15, 34, 35. And now we open our final envelope. What does this say? All the other envelopes, oh no, they all say the same thing, which might not even be legible. Okay, there's not that much in envelope E, so let's see what we've got. Four cards. Emails between Esther Port and Gregory Starr on March 15th. Gregory, I don't know how you managed to import the third necklace without getting caught by Sri Lanka's customs. Your behavior is becoming a big image problem for Art Life. And he writes back the same day, you're overreacting. You're just jealous. You sold your necklace last year before the set was complete at a much lower price. Now they're worth much more. The butler, talking about what happened before dinner. Before dinner, Macmillan and Starr stepped outside into the study for a short private conversation. By chance, I passed nearby and overheard them arguing fervently. I believe they were talking about the necklace, because Starr concluded the conversation by telling Macmillan that he would not change his mind. It sounds like maybe Macmillan is just saying, sell it to me, maybe. Private party on August 16th. This is where it was last seen, right? For better or worse, as long as they talk about me, seems to be Starr's motto, who yesterday, in an arrogant display of joy, mocked the sales agreement between Macmillan and Sampath by organizing a grand social evening, where he showed off his own copy of the Starry Sky necklace. Very little respect was given to the important jewelry. It was even carelessly doused with champagne during Starr's toast. Then we've got some words cut off here. McMillan need was found in the... Is that what the necklace looks like? I guess so. Just trying to think if this is the real necklace. Or is he treating it carelessly because it's not the real one? Okay. Showing off his own copy. Very little respect. August 18. Yesterday, Randy McMillan held a farewell party in honor of the necklace at his home, the Daffodil Mansion. In fact, the well-known gemologist had sold his exemplar of the Starry Sky necklaces to Hiruni Sampath. The price twice as much as the sale of the first piece many years ago. The only obstacle to Sampath's dream of gathering all three necklaces remains the grumpy Gregory Starr. Wine guy. Okay. So Randy McMillan, the guy, is a wine selling guy. So he might have delivered these wines. All right, so each necklace goes up in value. He's a gemologist. The winemaker became a gemologist and winemaker. This guy, Randy McMillan, who was one of our suspects, who was getting into an argument with our guy, and our guy said, I'm not going to change my mind, is a gemologist and winemaker. All right, well, let's continue reading. Is this the logical power of Prosecutor Maxwell? Sadly, she's right. Everything I've said so far does not exonerate Sampath for the murder. It's not fair. I have no one to help me. I have only this list that I wrote myself, and it's useless. Wait a minute. Maybe one of these tips could really help me. Take evidence 26 and choose the number of the correct tip. Okay, a little twist. So those funny little post-it note comments he made, one of them is the answer that could help him. Is it that diamonds, once examined, often turn out to be worthless copies? Or often the solution to the crime lies in our pockets, or if there's an identical twin, there has to be a switch. Never forget to check the wines for the presence of poison. The butler always hides something, and a more recent will somewhere. Well, that's interesting. All right, well, let's think of some things I can think of. First of all, diamonds turn out to be worthless copies. So could they be talking about, there's no diamonds here, it's sapphires and stuff. But could they be talking about fake necklace? The solution to the crime lies in our pockets. We don't really know what that would be. Someone has an identical twin, there has to be a switch. Well, that could be talking about the identical twins of necklaces. Never forget to check wines for the presence of poison. Well, we have lots of clues pointing to wines being significant. I still think he might have been planning to kill himself. Maybe the argument with our guy, Macmillan, who's a winemaker, has to do with there being poison in the wine, maybe on purpose? Or the butler could be hiding something? I don't think so. There's always a more recent will somewhere. That's an interesting possibility, too. Let's see what the chat thinks. Okay, it says, yes, I mean Macmillan sent Star the necklace. Don't understand what you're saying. Thorpe says, the pocket line was stated at the start. Not sure what that's supposed to mean. Anna says, 4 identical twins with no explanation of what she's talking about. Okay. Alexander says, I think your client has 2 twins in that picture. Okay, well, you're talking about the part where we noticed the daughters of the king. That was a card that we threw away. I'm not sure how that helps us. Do we still have the list of people of sales? Yes, we do. So if we look at our new evidence, he owns the Daffodil Mansion. He owns it. Randy Macmillan held a farewell party in honor of the necklace at his home, the Daffodil Mansion. And here we have a sale to the Daffodil Villa that has been marked as canceled. That seems like a huge clue. But then he has a party. Very little respect given to it, and yet he's showing it off. Doused with champagne. Okay. All right. Now, look, seriously. You can't just write the answer is 4 identical twin necklaces. You can't, please, come on. Give me a break here. You got to explain what you're trying to say. You can't just say the answer is 3. You've got to say what your theory is. What's happening? What are you basing what you're saying on? What are you really implying is going on? Dorp, meanwhile, is saying something completely different. He's saying somehow there was mention of answer in our pocket. Okay, well, I don't see how that helps us really to answer this. Maybe one of these tips could help me. I wonder if it's not the case that all of these have an answer. Do you think that no matter what we answer here, we're going to get a hint? that there's not a right answer and a wrong answer? Or do we think there's a right answer and a wrong answer? Let's reread these again. Before dinner, they stepped outside for a private conversation. They were arguing. They were talking about the necklace. Starr concluded the conversation by telling Macmillan he would not change his mind. He would not change his mind. What would he not change his mind about? Is he not changing his mind about canceling the sale? And is Macmillan trying to butter him up for the sale by sending him some wine? I don't know how you managed to import third necklace. You're overreacting. You're just jealous. You sold your necklace before the set was complete. Would not change his mind. Gemologist and winemaker, friend and collaborator. Friend and collaborator. I think he's a friend. He's helping him kill himself. That's my gut. That is my gut. My gut is telling me he's decided to kill himself. He only cares about his reputation. As long as they talk about me, seems to be his motto. A couple days ago, he has a party. Arrogant display of joy mocked the sales agreement. Grand social evening, he showed off his own copy of the Starry Sky necklace. I think he's giving it to his friend. That's what they're arguing about. I think they were talking about the necklace, which I think he's shipped to his friend to keep. That's why he hasn't pocketed the $300. He's just sent him a package with it. And his friend has sent him wine as a gift, maybe full of poison. All right, the chat's trying to get my attention. Let's see if I'm going to get irritated or not. Alexander says, it almost seems like he was trying to bait all the guests at the party into stealing the necklace. Anna says, Jesse, I was commenting 4 or 5 things before I said the answer. It's not my fault. It's just rolled up in the chat. It was Star's necklace Macmillan used at the party because he sold his own by that point. See Esther's email. After that, Macmillan had to send back the necklace to Daffodil Villa to Star. That's an interesting idea. August 18th, yesterday, he held a farewell party in honor of the necklace at his home. He sold his exemplar of the Starry Sky necklaces to Sampath, twice as much as the sale of the first piece many years ago. We were told in the beginning, in my timeline, I wrote that she bought Macmillan's a few days before the murder. That's interesting. So I think the sale of it, I think maybe there was no third necklace. There were only two. I think there were only two necklaces, and they're passing back and forth the second one. There never was a third necklace. So this message with Esther, she sold her necklace a year ago. They're talking about her necklace. Now they're worth more. I think what we've got here is that there's only one other necklace. He is sending it to the villa of his friend Macmillan, who holds a party the next day. So he's seen with it on the 16th at his house. He sends it on the 17th to Macmillan. They make a contract to buy it, mock the sales agreement, and shows off his own. So earlier, a few days earlier, before his death, Macmillan and Sampath come to an agreement. Then he shows his. Then he sends it to Macmillan, who then shows it off on the 18th. And gives it to Sampath. And so is there no third necklace at all? Once again, the restoration was once again disrespectful. He should have learned something from last time. I think he's shown her the same necklace twice. So, if that's right, then do we think 4 is our answer? And it's an identical twin, but really there's only one. So is that what we're going to guess? That there's only one third necklace back and forth, but more importantly, that we're going to answer number 4. And then Anna is just filling in the last little piece. So maybe Macmillan killed Starr because he was afraid the fraud is going to come out. Not sure the fraud is going to come out, but it's a good point. Well, let's cross that bridge when we get to it. I mean, it seems like the fraud was actually pretty likely to succeed. But let's cross the bridge when we come to it. So our theory of the case is sound, but we have to pick one of these. So I think we're going to say 4. All right, let's see if that's right. What? Oh boy. Everything got messed up again. Okay, we're on card 13, and our score is 9 of 12. All right. So our answer to 13, no one is objecting or confirming. Okay, so we're going to say the answer to which tip we think is most useful is 4. And now we know why we're saying that. Right. And A, do you mean to say I can't believe it? I really can't believe it. What happened? We don't get to flip a juror? Bullshit. That doesn't flip a juror. I don't know what would. What if the third necklace was never found? Counselor, what are you rambling about? Members of the jury, it can't be any other way. It's like in detective novels. If there's an identical twin, rest assured there has been a switch at some point. And in this case, there are 3 identical twins, the Starry Sky necklaces. We all know how the ambitious restoration work initiated by Starr made the necklaces indistinguishable from each other. Anyone who saw one couldn't tell if it was the third one or one of the previous ones. And so, but what are you saying, counselor? For what reason would Starr have pretended to discover the third necklace? To regain what Starr valued most, the spotlight. It's jumped to some conclusion as if there's some missing explanation here. For here he said, you can't tell them apart. And here he says, why would he pretend to discover it? So, but this is our theory. He seems to be confirming it. He wasn't the only one interested. Starr had an accomplice. Even if we consider the staged theft to give the impression that a thief had entered from outside, an accomplice would have been useful. Yeah, but who? Perhaps there is someone else who would gain from the fake discovery of the third necklace. I mean, by the time Macmillan sells his, it's not clear, actually. By the time, he's shown his off, but I don't know if the third one has been shown. But before, for better or worse, as long as they talk about me, he made fun of Macmillan and Sampath. He showed off his own copy. So I don't think when Sampath and Macmillan came to their sale, they knew about the third one. So strictly speaking, I don't think Macmillan benefits from the third one showing up. This is a little confusing to me. I mean, my first reaction is to say he's benefiting because he seems to be the accomplice. I'm just not so sure how he benefits from it. How does he benefit from it? He would have benefited if it was discovered before he made a deal with her. But if it's being discovered after he made the deal with Sampath, how does it help him? Let me see what the chat says. Please try to be clear. Okay, Star was the accomplice. That doesn't make sense. All right. I mean, a little confusing because this guy sure seems to be the accomplice. He's sent it back and forth. They had an argument about it, the butler says. And he told Macmillan he would not change his mind. I wonder if he's saying he's not changed his mind. He is gonna. I think maybe. I think maybe. Maybe what he won't change his mind about is that he's going to do this insurance fraud instead of selling it to Macmillan. He's going to keep it. Don't. It sure seems like they're involved in the scheme together. I just don't. I don't see why. I don't see this guy really benefits from the discovery. Why would Starr have pretended to discover a third necklace? Well, we know the reason is because he's going to commit insurance fraud on it. This guy says, why? Because he wanted the spotlight. He had an accomplice. It's not her. She's surprised. If we could assume, okay, if we assume instead, if we read this differently, and we assume that he discovers it before Macmillan and Sampath arranged the sale, then this guy benefits. because if knowing that all three are available, then the last two are worth more. So, okay. So I guess I'm going to answer Randy McMillan. Let's see what happens. All right, before I answer it, I'm going to give the chat a moment to disagree. All right. So, do you disagree with this answer? If so, speak up now. Or if you agree, you can speak up. Sure, it seems like this is his accomplice, and this seems like who's going to benefit. And if he revealed the third one before this guy sold his, which seems ambiguous, then this guy benefits, because when the third one is out, then the set becomes more valuable and you pay more for each of the two. Okay, let's do it. Right. Him? But he was so kind to me. He even helped me organize the dinner. It's always tough when people disappoint you. Flip one juror and read the back. Okay. All right, one last juror. Flipping over. We've got one lone holdout. Randy McMillan. Mrs. Sampath was forced to increase her offer to buy the necklace precisely because the artifact now belonged to a complete collection. I can't believe this. Let me remind you, the third necklace was certified by Esther Port. Would she also be an accomplice? No. Mrs. Port was probably not aware of this. She was given a necklace to certify for McMillan, and all she could do was note that it was authentic. After that, the necklace was sent to Mr. Starr, hidden among the bottles, for display during the party on August 16th. Starr sent it back on August 17th, addressing it to Villa Daffodil, a.k.a. the mansion owned by McMillan. The illusion of a third necklace is complete. All right, we were right. It was an illusion that there was a third necklace. It was sent in the wine bottles. That's interesting. I don't think we picked up on that. All right, there's still a couple cards left. Well, maybe we should be taking a break here. Guess it's been an hour and 3 minutes. We're going to have to take our break. Game's taking longer than we thought, but we are definitely in the home stretch. 4 more cards, 3 more cards left. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All rise. We are back in session, and I am going to explain, well, we'll talk about a couple of things. First of all, one of our mysteries is about this jokes about Phoenix Wright. If you look on the internet, you will find that Phoenix Wright, ace lawyer, ace attorney, is a character that looks very much like our anime that we're playing here. It looks like it is a video game series where you play an attorney and try to solve cases, and there's a movie about it. So might be something worth checking out. Now, in the chat, there's a comment about none of our theories about fraud really clear our client. She still could have done it. Prosecutor said no one else in the room had a motive. Now we're trying to prove McMillan had a motive. Okay, let me make the case that it's suicide. Let me see if I can make the case here. Here's my claim. Our guy, Gregory Starr, doesn't have the necklace. It's gone. It's been sent right back to McMillan, who has sold it and delivered it to our client. And yet he's now arranged a meeting to show it off to the woman, our client, and Esther and McMillan. But he doesn't have it anymore. He's given it to send it back to McMillan, who's delivered it to our client, Samarth. And so he has nothing to show them. Nothing's going to happen. So there's only two possibilities, really. Either he's going to confess, and that's what McMillan and he are arguing about, and so McMillan has to kill him. Or He just wants to die, with everyone thinking that he is the final one who discovered the final third necklace and no one's ever going to get it. Those are the two possibilities. And I think the evidence is more leaning towards the third. He's hoping to collect the insurance money. That means he could not confess. He's gone to all this trouble to make it look like there was a robbery so that he can get the money. So he can't be planning to confess. I suppose you could claim that what he really intended to do was to sort of knock himself out, not kill himself, but maybe injure himself, maybe stab himself, but not intend to die and claim that the necklace was stolen. I guess that's a possibility. But I believe he's orchestrated it all. There's no real reason for Macmillan to kill him, right? Because Macmillan has already sold his version. He knows our guy has no necklace. He knows our guy is not going to turn him in. He has nothing to fear here, really. So if our guy is not going to confess, and I think the insurance fraud proves he's not, then Macmillan has no reason to kill him. And our guy, Gregory Starr, is doing this whole thing himself. And he's wrapped the napkin and he's going to stab himself. But maybe he didn't intend to kill himself. TJ Money Cut says he's not required to show it to anyone. He could say it's in a safe. Well, he could say whatever he wants, but he's brought everyone together to show it to them. He said, stay right here. I'm going to show it to you. So my point is he's staged this whole thing to stage a robbery. And the point is no one has a motive to kill him. There is no motive to kill him. None of the people in the room benefit from his dying. He's going to pull off this robbery. He's going to file the insurance claim. So there are only two possibilities in my mind. Either he's planned to kill himself because he got a diagnosis that he was dying, whatever, and he just wants to die in the spotlight, which is consistent with this little thing here. For better or worse, as long as they talk about me. That seems like he seems to be on his way to death. And he says he just wants to be talked about. He's going to leave his family the millions of dollars from this. It's not just that he's going to benefit from this insurance fraud. He has to come up with a way to have the necklace disappear because it doesn't exist. So it has to be stolen. It must be stolen. So he's staging this fake robbery so that he can explain why he no longer has this non-existent necklace. And I claim there's no one with a motive to kill him. Therefore, he's doing it himself. The only question I have is whether he has killed himself by accident or on purpose. So let's read the next card. Anna says, maybe the butler is a relative of one of those two people who benefit from the will. That's kind of crazy. The two people who benefit from the will are his sons. All right. Let's continue with our solution. Okay, he says the illusion of a third necklace is complete. They sent it back and forth, pretending there were two more, the second and third necklace, but there really was only the one that Macmillan stole. So, you would have us believe Gregory Starr was planning to execute two different scams. First, one to increase the value of Macmillan's necklace, his accomplice, and then a second one to fake the theft of the non-existent third necklace. Exactly, Prosecutor Disdain. Allow me to complete the argument. It is true Mr. Starr had planned two scams with Mr. Macmillan. but he was the only one who stood to gain from the simulated theft. Now I just have to prove that Macmillan had no intention of taking this risk at all. I mean, this sounds like this just wants this card, right? Like Macmillan tries to convince him not to stage this thing. This doesn't really make sense to me. Why is he trying to, what is Macmillan trying to convince him of? He can't possibly be trying to convince him to, maybe he's tried to tell him, just pretend you're never going to sell it and keep it in your safe. Don't do this whole fraud thing. Okay, but don't we think this is this? Don't we think this is this? Okay, Anna agrees. Let's do it. It looks like someone stopped by who knows me from Donation Coder, which is a website that I created in 2005. Donationware software. Still up if you want to go check out donationcoder.com. Okay. Let's go ahead and put in the answer here. To card 15 is card 8. Wrong. I must not succumb to frustration. I need to take a minute to reflect properly. I'm sure Macmillan had nothing to gain from the fake theft organized by Starr. Perhaps he did something to try to prevent the insurance fraud. I need to reread my documents. I'm sure the answer is there. Notice it actually is giving us a clue because there's documents and clues. So it is saying it's a document. Oh, I put in the wrong one. I put in 8. All right, so I was supposed to flip 2. But I put in the wrong answer. So really, I typed 8, but I should have typed 18. Confirm. Okay, so we actually were right. We've got it. Counselor, go ahead with your closing argument. Flip one juror to innocent. Okay, so we actually are flipping this to here. Now, I'm afraid the game, if it's trying to keep score, has got the wrong idea. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to I want to go back to the reset scheme. How can I do that? I want it to know that we've got a perfect score instead of thinking we don't. It doesn't seem like it knows, but restart. There we go. Game progress will be lost. I'm a little nervous about this, but I'm going to click OK. Restart. Yes. Doesn't do anything. Okay. No. Resume. So I'm going to say we're on card 15, and we've got 11 of the 12 jurors on our side. And then we put in the answer 18, and we've got it right, and we flipped one juror. So now we're back to a perfect jury. All right. Thank God for that. All right. It says, proceed with our closing argument. Before dinner, Macmillan and Starr argued, and the latter said he wouldn't change his mind. They weren't talking about the impossible sale of a non-existent necklace. Macmillan was objecting to the staged theft. Something went wrong. Subsequent investigations could have uncovered the truth and exposed Macmillan. He decided to intervene. After the clever trick broke the window, Macmillan already knew what would happen and how he could reach Starr. When Starr moved to put the paperweight back on the desk and remove the string, Macmillan was there waiting, armed with a knife, and struck him. This is the only reconstruction that explains with certainty what happened in the darkness of that room. So my theory of our guy doing it to himself seems wrong. It's kind of crazy that it didn't ask us that question. It didn't even occur to them that someone would come up with that theory. This was not foreseen, not even by Prosecutor Maxwell. I don't know what to say. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, what the defense counsel has reconstructed is nothing but an extraordinary fantasy. There's no evidence of this hypothetical scam organized by Starr and me. This is not possible. There must be something to prove Mr. Macmillan's guilt. I have to prove the necklace that was found in Mr. Sampath's car is the same one that Mr. Starr had shown at the property. The one that was found in her car is the same one that Gregory showed at the property. So I guess the idea here is if we prove that our client has the same necklace that that Starr showed, that's going to prove that there is no third necklace. And that Macmillan and Starr were collaborating on a fraud. So how do we prove that this necklace shown here is the same necklace in her car? Do we just answer with this card saying that it has champagne on it? I think that's probably the answer, don't you? The way we prove that the one in her car is the one from the party is to have them find the champagne. Esther examined these way back in March. So I'm not sure how they can help us. Or it's the glow in the dark. I think you're right. Examine it for champagne. Any alternate theories? When was Esther examining Starr's necklace? I mean, she did authenticate it back in March, a long time ago. And remember, she seemed to claim that you couldn't tell the difference between them, where we were concluded that. So I don't think she's going to be able to tell the difference. In fact, she's authenticated all three, so she can't tell the difference. So she's not helpful to us. I think that it's got to be this one. All right, let's try it. If we're wrong, okay, Anna says we have to tell a card number, so no examination possibility. I think what Anna's trying to say is that we're not choosing to examine it. We're just choosing a card, which is true. But you could choose the card here, but I don't think that helps us. How do you prove that it's the same one? I think you use the information on this card, that it was doused with champagne. Of course, if you washed it, then that would be... But just to be clear, it was doused with champagne, and then it was sent to the Macmillan house where Sampath buys it. So if Sampath has champagne on it, that would seem to prove it's the same one. Okay, let's try it. Card 16. Now, if we're wrong here, we're going to lose points on this case, so I really hope we're right. All right, Anna says wait. Are you sure? Esther is the expert. She must know if it's the same or not. I don't think she does know if it's the same. She has looked at all three and concluded that there are three different unique necklaces, even though the two of them were the same to her. So I don't think she can tell the difference. All right, I'm going ahead with this one. Let's see what happens. Confirm. Right. Counselor, you're incredible. You did it. I'm saved. Flip one juror. Okay, so our third juror has fallen in love with Sampath, and that's it. Even if I remember there was one time where I flipped a juror, even though the game didn't tell me because I thought it should. Even if you don't like that cheat, we've now are flipped all to 12. Now the website says end. What's happened? Why is the website says end? That's a weird thing. I mean, we still have two more cards and we haven't flipped this over. Take a look at this magazine. During the party at which Star exhibited the necklace, Star handled the necklace with his bare hands and even spilled champagne on it. If Star's necklace, as I claim, is the same necklace that was later sold to Mrs. Sampath, then by analyzing the latter, we will find evidence of these facts. Touching such a jewel with your bare hands, corroding the gold with alcohol, that bloody Star. He never had any respect for jewelry. He thought he was a genius, but he was nothing but a profiteer and a criminal. I could hardly go through life with the thought that he might blackmail me from one day to the next. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, understand me. I was forced to take him out. Do you understand? I was forced. Can't believe I did it. It seemed impossible, but I did it. An ancient poet wrote, like a bee that has seen the blooming lotus, my bewildered heart found solace. Thank you, counselor. I admit, at first I was a little worried that Moustakis wasn't here, but you did a great job. Right. I'll have to explain what happened to Mr. Moustakis. Well, considering the results, he can't scold me too much in the end, right? Congratulations, you have shed light on the case and successfully defended your client, Haruni Sampath. It's time to see how you did. On the next card, you will find a table. Read your result based on the number of jurors in your favor. Let's see how we did. From 0 to 3 jurors. You managed to get to the end of the process only thanks to your perseverance. Being stubborn is a useful quality for a lawyer. From 4 to 7 jurors, it wasn't bad, but you had to put up with more than a few taunts from that obnoxious disdain. Next time it'll be better. From 8 to 10 jurors, you were splendid, always attentive and capable of subtle reasoning. In you, Haruni Sampath has found a very good lawyer. 11 to 12 jurors, this is our score. You beat disdain in an exemplary way, so in love with the sound of his own voice, the poor prosecutor closes the process without being able to pronounce a single word. The defendant is found not guilty. Set her free. Well, we did it. Let's see what the chat has to say. At first, I was worried about you not having read any of the files or even who case you were showing up to, but it didn't turn out to be a big deal. Anna says, good job. Well, that was some good teamwork. Oh, wait, there's another side of this card. Okay. We've read the results, and now if I flip it over. So you got beat by a rookie, Prosecutor Disdain. Prosecutor Maxwell, apparently we were wrong about the Star case, and Moustakis' assistant was definitely surprising. You made the mistake, Prosecutor. I just gave you a few pointers. This defeat is your own doing. Anyway, I can't wait to meet this assistant. I haven't had a proper challenge in a while. To be continued in the next case. Okay. Well, we need to talk about it. I have there's some thoughts here, some interesting details to discuss. But we should take our normal break here before we start talking about the case. We're down to 11 viewers, so things have thinned out here. But I am very curious to hear what everyone thinks. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll talk about our thoughts on the case. I'll see you in 5 minutes. You have been watching Co-op for Two and our playthrough of Until Proven Guilty. It's taken us 5 hours to play through this box, and now we're going to talk about the experience. And let me give some quick thoughts first, and then I'll check in with thoughts from the chat. I think, especially if you consider the price of this box, this is selling as brand new for $12. That is really quite a bargain. It's pretty rare to pay less than $10 or so for just a small box of cards. And here we've got some rather large cards, some envelopes, and a website-based thing. I would say, I do think this is a success. I think this is an attempt to do something new. It wasn't perfect. There were some very odd questions, some translations that were dangerously flirting with interfering with the case, but also some subtle, real clues here. And I think Anna summed it up well when she said it started out looking like it was going to be a trivially easy case. But actually it turned out to be a medium difficult case with a bunch of easy questions and an occasional real head scratcher that we really had to think about. And the overall solution to what was going on was not obvious. And in fact, there were a couple of aha moments we had figuring out that there was no third necklace. Now, I still think my solution at the end is better, that the guy intended to injure himself and ended up killing himself by accident, but either way. So let's set the flaws aside for a second and just talk about all the good things about this. It clearly is another case written that the app is written for that we will get a chance to play. I said at the beginning of this playthrough how it's sort of shocking that there aren't more legal mystery cases, and it's a real pleasure to get one. And this almost feels like a deluxe ending to a cold case game. You could absolutely see there are some cold case games that we've played, dossier games, where you just go through all the evidence and you try to solve the question in the end. There are a couple of them where you get to the end and you're asked a couple questions and you have to specify what evidence in your set proves it. That's basically what we've got here, is a souped up experience of the end of a case as the whole case. And there is something quite enjoyable about how it's done as a linear story, as a sort of dialogue. I think some of our favorite end experiences for games involve this flavor, where you're sort of trying to prove the evidence and you get this back and forth. And it's fun. It's very breezy. It's very quick. It is linear. There's this neat thing where the different envelopes of evidence come out rather than throwing it all at you at once. And I think that worked well. Aside from our complaints about some of the questions and answers being a little silly or a little weird, some of these were like, there was a real timeline of dates here that you really had to follow. I think it was a satisfying mystery, not perfect, but quite satisfying. And this little gimmick here is kind of fun. I think for the extra cost to do this, it's worth it. You could imagine, you could sort of see your progress, your score visually. There's some some discussion in the chat whether you really need to use the website. Now, I think we need to talk about that for a second. You could make this a purely analog game without a website. You could make it so either when you turn over a card, it tells you the right answer, specifically, like the answer to this was card 13, and then does it. But what the website lets them do is give you clues if you're wrong, and I think that's always better. Now, you could have solved that with a little booklet, and I think maybe that would have been a better choice. So a booklet that works like the app. So for each question, you can look up the answer, and much like Star Trek Cryptic did, if you looked up the wrong answer, it would tell you a clue. So for each of the 18 questions, there's a way, if you look up the wrong answer, you get a clue pointing to the right answer. But the app worked reasonably well. It just needs some polishing. I do like, though, that it gives you a hint. It actually does give you a hint. Now, we didn't pay too much attention to it, but let me just point out. When you got something wrong, what it said was, I'm sure there's a clue that will help me, or I'm sure there's a document that will help me solve it. So when you get it wrong, it was sort of giving you a 50-50. It was saying, okay, you have to look at your pink cards to find the answer. And I like the thing, when you got something wrong, you lose 2 points. When you get something right, you gain 1 back. So that was a nice little asymmetry there. I think it all worked well. And last thing I want to say before I go to the chat, this mechanic of pick the piece of evidence that establishes or proves this idea is a subtle little game. It does feel like a game, and it is a satisfying game, and it's worth spending a moment to think about why that's even better than asking for a direct answer. It does create a different little mini game. It's sort of like there are times when we know what's happened, but we don't know what evidence is most useful to establish our theory. And some of the time, it's like it's a card that says what we're trying to say. But occasionally, like that last thing, we're sort of like, okay, how do we prove that this is the same jewels? And then you're sort of doing this 2 steps removed inference. You're saying, okay, we're going to pick this card because we think this card has the information that could be used to figure out what to do. And that creates this little mini game. It's sort of like a multiple choice mini game. You know it has to be one of the cards. And sometimes you look at them and you say, I don't know what card I could give you that would help explain what I think I know. So it sort of like makes every puzzle into a 2-part puzzle. The first thing is figuring out what happened. And then the second little puzzle is figuring out what card could we use to best point in that direction. Sometimes you have to stretch. And it's not that we have seen that mechanic before, but I think this is the first time that's really registered to me that that's not a compromise mechanic. That's actually, if handled well, it's like a 2-for-1 gamey mechanic. And it might be worth thinking about how you could use that in other games. Like, could you use that in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective to ask the player to answer questions by choosing locations or something? It's worth thinking about. All right, let's see what the chat thought. Turned out to be medium difficulty. After a few questions, it definitely ramped up. The card system has this fault, though. Your reasoning could be bad. You could pick the right card. Well, that's absolutely true. That could absolutely happen. there were a couple times when we picked the right card and it did, like we picked the elephant correctly and it was like, yeah, you figured it out. He used this contraption. DJ Moneycut says the jury box is a fun gimmick. Aside from being poorly executed, the website seems unnecessary. A game is linear set of right or wrong questions. It could have easily been done offline. So I'm half agree with that, half don't. Alexander said, I really like the idea of the game. Questions seemed too vague. There were some weird leaps of logic, like the elephant contraption. There were a couple times also when the flow of the story seemed a little weird. And it says, for us, we want to understand every detail before choosing an answer. For the average player, maybe you just pick one of the 3 cards that could be considered as an answer. Yeah, I think, like I said, I do think it's possible, but not necessarily a bad thing. If you did that, if you just guessed when you had a rough idea, you would get a worse score. And I think that's a completely reasonable way to play. The jury box was pointless, but it did look cool, so I feel like that money should have went to fixing the website. I think given the cost of the game, I am not a fan of gimmicks, but for me, this is a little trade-off that I like. I like that you could see when things were going bad. So this gets a thumb of approval for me. I don't think they spent more than a couple cents on it. And for that, I think it's worth it. DJ Moneycut says, Elephant was so wacky it made the idea of Star doing himself in seem more plausible, but the actual solution was fairly realistic. Yeah, I think you have a point. Like, a bad guy wants to kill his collaborators for fear that it's going to come back and bite them, but I'm not sure. I mean, it seems to me, the part that I disagree with that is, it seems to me that the fraud theft is his best chance at not getting caught. I mean, now that he's killed this guy, how is he going to get off? Everything, all his problems are doubled, right? Think about it. You think it's more realistic that his partner in this crime has killed him to keep from being blackmailed. But on the other hand, hasn't he made it much more likely that he's going to get caught? They're not going to find the necklace. So they're going to have to investigate what's happened to this third fake necklace that's never existed. So it seems like actually your best bet is to help him carry out this insurance fraud. And then it's all done. He can't turn you in. He's done the fraud himself. So that seems to me like it would have been better. Or kill him some other day in the future or in the past. Trying to kill him here in this room seems implausible. So actually, I prefer my solution. Alexander says, I did like how it staged the evidence in envelopes. That was nice, removing some so it didn't get overwhelming. I do like that system. 50 clues is the first place I've seen that done. It does work. Torp says, here's my final score algorithm. 10 minus the elephant divided by 10. Okay. And it says, for this price, it wasn't bad. It was better than about half the detective series I've played. For me, maybe an 8 out of 10. I really like the system. I hope we see a ton more of these. I think it's a great system. I like the difficulty level. Just a little bit of fine-tuning, a little bit of polishing, and I think you've got something great here. We are entering this age where we're seeing these mystery games. You see behind me, New York City medical room, emergency room. That was an amazing mystery game set in the medical world. Here we have a legal game that works. It works well. You could think of a whole bunch of ways to soup this up to make it even more fancy, like letting players have actions that gather information. But illustrations were good, subtle. I think as a system, I think it's great. I don't have to give it a number. I'd love to see more of these. I'd love to play more of these. 5 hours for $12. You can't really go wrong with that. Very enjoyable, even for all the leaps of logic. No real complaints from me. All right. Final thoughts from the chat, if there are any. It's not a good idea, but realistic. People panic and do something worse when they're trying to cover up. And it's talking about the final explanation that Macmillan killed him. You're right. People do panic. All right. A real pleasure. Let me know if you're watching this video after you play through this game yourself. I'd like to hear what you thought of the game. How did you score? Did you rush through it quickly? As always, I do think these games are best played by taking them very seriously, and we did take ours very seriously. Couldn't have had a better time, and couldn't have asked for a better group of people to play this with. Thank you for joining me. I'll see some of you on Sunday at our finale of our New York Noir improv case. Some of you I may see Saturday at Winter War here in Champaign, Illinois, where I will be running a game of New York Noir. The rest of you I'll see probably next week when we play something else. I do have a new game arriving soon, a lighter game that I'm curious about, and we will be continuing our playthrough of the 7th Citadel. Heavier, richer, longer experience. All right. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you next time.